Just did, what are you?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm back. Exactly. Go to your indication. That's right. See.
Have a new face.
Be here, thank you. I've been watching you online as much as I can. It feels better.
Yeah, I've been doing a little bit of online myself.
Yeah, yeah, the Zoom option, yeah, it's a nice feature.
Yeah.
I'm here. All I'm gonna start. Chase, Michelle, gonna start. I'm gonna call the meeting to order. This notice is posted pursuant to the Texas Open Meeting Act. Notice is hereby given as the City Council of Nassau Bay, Texas will conduct a regular meeting on September 11, 2023 at 6 p.m. at Council Chambers, City Hall, 1800 Space Park Drive, Suite 200, Nassau Bay, Texas. So I did the call of order. There is the, just an all roll call. Looks like all council members are present. So we move to, I'm going to say a few words in place invocations. Why don't we say the Pledge of Allegiance first? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one faith, under God, one and indivisible. Just a couple of words in place of the invocation. I wanted to basically mention that we should never forget. I think everybody remembers that September 11th is a page in our history, and I appreciate Chief, you posted some things, about the emergency responders. But just to give people a little bit of remembrance that at 8:46 a.m., which was 7:46 a.m. our time, the North Tower of the Twin Towers was hit. At 9:03 or 8:03 our time, the South Tower was hit. There were 2,750 people killed in New York City, 184 people killed at our Pentagon. There were 70 people killed in Pennsylvania. And of those people, 344 were firefighters and 71 were police officers. So I believe this was the largest attack and the largest loss of life since Pearl Harbor. And not only were innocent civilians taken, so were the emergency responders. So I wanted to just have a moment of silence, and then we can move on to business. Never forget. Moving forward, we have a proclamation for the Fire Prevention Week. Do we have that present?
I do have it in your packet, but I have to go get it.
Is it right here?
Yes, sir. We'll get
Then
it.
I'll say it from here, but actually, let me do this. Tom, why don't you come up here? If you would. Whereas the city of Nassau Bay is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all our citizens. And whereas fire is a serious public safety concern, both locally and nationally,
And homes are the locations where people are at the greatest risk from fire. And whereas cooking, believe it or not, is the leading cause of home fires in the United States. And whereas Nassau Bay residents should turn pot handles toward the back of the stove, always keep a lid nearby when cooking, keep a 3-foot kid-free zone around the stove, oven, and other things that could get hot, and watch what they eat, and set a timer to remind them that they are cooking. And whereas residents who have planned and practiced a home fire escape plan are more prepared and will therefore be more likely to survive a fire. And whereas working smoke alarms cut the risk of dying in reported home fires almost in half. Whereas the Fire Prevention Week 2023 theme, cooking safely starts with you. Pay attention to fire prevention, effectively serves to remind us to stay alert, use caution when cooking to reduce the risk of kitchen fires. And whereas the Nassau Bay Volunteer Fire is dedicated to the safety of life and property from the devastating effects of fire. So therefore, I, Bill Johnson, Mayor of the City of Nassau Bay, do proclaim this whole week of October 8th to the 14th, 2023 as Fire Prevention Week throughout the city. I urge all residents of Nassau Bay to check their kitchens for fire hazards and use safe cooking practices to support the many public safety activity efforts of Nassau Bay's fire and emergencies. And witness thereof in my hands this 11th day of September. Thank you, guys. All right.
1, 2, 3. Thanks.
Thank you. All right.
I love it.
The next is more of a fun one. And it is a point in time that I think most people in the city and most people I know here on council am very, very happy to report. I think you see that we have Nathan Bird to the left of me, two seats over. And I want to say something beforehand. I want to give a little bit, maybe we can get up in the front here because I want to give you a chance to say something too. But Nathan, and even the more I've gotten to know him, really shows a character which I think is very, very common here in Nassau Bay. I think you're going to fit in very well. And the more I've had a chance to get to know you and your family, I'm really pleased with the decision that we made. Nathan was the unanimous decision of pretty much all the citizens. It was unanimous of the city staff, it was unanimous for the city selection committee, and it was unanimous on council. I think that speaks just volumes about him as a person, how he relates to people. And I believe that the city, with the progresses that we've made and with tonight starting, we're on a really good path. I'm really excited to see the future and the things that you're going to do. So I don't know if you'd like to say a few words. I hope you do.
Yeah, thank you all for coming tonight. I'm in the drinking from a fire hose stage of city management this week and next week, where it's just going to be meeting, introduction, and that's good. I really enjoy the time I got to spend with staff today, collectively, meeting with everybody individually coming up later this week. I want to introduce my family to you. My wife, Jolene, is here. She's actually been here for about 3 weeks now. I had to stay back and finish up some things at my last job in Michigan, and so they were able to get down here sooner. My oldest son, Noah, is 13. My daughter, Charlotte, is 11. And then we call the little guys the birdlings. Graham is 7 and Donovan is 6. So big move for our family to go from Michigan to Texas. I lived in Fort Worth as a child for several years, so I relate a little bit to the state. I'm glad to be back. It does feel like home to me, but for them, it's all been really new. And we've been watching the forecast in Michigan. It's been in the 60s. That's been a little bit different for us.
That comes in January.
Yeah. We're enjoying the heat, and I'm glad they're here. And I hope that you all will, I hope that y'all, will reach out, will reach out, to me. I really want to meet residents as well as staff members and others. I'm gonna be here every day. You are welcome to call me, email me, stop in. I'm not coming in with any grandiose agenda or plans. I want to learn from the council members, learn from the staff, learn from residents, and just be as helpful as I can in any way. So thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for hosting our reception, and looking forward to working with you all. Thank you.
Family photo, okay.
Oh, come on.
I know there's gonna be a reception, but have everybody. Perfect. Graham's like, don't forget about me. Ready, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, perfect, no, thank you.
So as people know, I take my role as a host seriously. So we wanted to give everybody a chance to continue getting to know Nathan and his family. We have juice and cookies, or I guess water. But we wanted to skip time just to be able to have people intermingle and mix and just have some time welcoming Nathan and Jolene and their family. So please, come on up, meet Nathan.
How are you?
Nice to meet you.
Obviously.
Oh, yeah, well, I'm not gonna say.
But they all have to, they left.
They still have to. Okay. Want to bring this back into session. We took a recess. It is 6:45 and we are back into session. Okay, yeah, you are official. Thank you. So, welcome, and there's nobody happier than me. So, next on the agenda is the citizens' comments public hearing. If there's anybody who would like to come up and speak about items on the agenda or not, please come up and speak.
I got a few words. Jim Stoll, thank you guys for being here. Jim Stoll, an Aspen resident for 35+ years, Kirk Lane. I appreciate the city's support of putting together a paddling event around the Nassau Bay. Paddle in Nassau Bay Peninsula on October 21st. The objective is to do three things: raise awareness for and funds for Camp Hope. These are veterans that live in a residential community in Houston. They want to take their own life. That's some PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. So we're putting together the paddling event. It started since behind me, sir. Travels around the city in Nassau Bay. We have a peninsula city. Most people do not know that. All around the peninsula, a couple of stops at the parks or drop off for people to start there and then end up at the Nassau Bay Marina. Yeah, we'll have food and entertainment and make their family event. The veterans will be able to speak there about their PTSD issues. When you hear their stories, it changes your life. 22 veterans plus are killing themselves per day. So this is a fundraiser, awareness fundraiser for not only Nassau Bay, but or not a fundraiser for Nassau Bay, fundraiser for Camp Hope and awareness that we have in Peninsula City. And I think we're actually a gateway to Clear Creek. We're at the end of Clear Creek. We're a gateway up Clear Creek.
We are at the mouth of
We are?
Clear Creek.
And a lot of things are going on the creek right now. Nassau Bay's or Nassau Bay's end of the line, but Lee City's doing a lot of things. Webster's doing a lot of things. So it's a lot of traffic on the water. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Oh, thank you, Jim. Anybody else? Name, rank, and serial.
Yep, right. Hello, I'm Becky Taylor, 18579 Martinique Drive. Just today, I received this in my door. And it is somebody who's running around asking if you want your curb, your number painted on your curb. And it was my understanding, or it is my understanding, that the Parks and Committee was doing this for free for all Nassau Bay residents. So I want to warn you, don't do this. It may take a while, but since the weather has cooled down some, I imagine that they'll kind of get back to it, but these prices are a lot more expensive than I've seen in the past.
A lot more than free.
Pardon me?
A lot more than free.
A lot more than free, but even in the past, they were like $25 and this is like $60.
Wow.
So I just wanted to,
The other stuff.
A, bring awareness, and B, let you know that Nassau Bay is gonna take care of you. So, and welcome, Ethan.
I'm gonna take a little bit of leeway here because I want to support what Becky was just saying. Do we know if there's been any solicitation for a license to be able to go door to door? We have to do that. I would highly recommend that the two of you could, with that information, you know, if this guy's around, make sure we tell him you can't go door to door, putting those type of notices up without having a license to be able to do so. If you would believe it.
Get the number off there.
Yeah, so, and I highly recommend that if they does say that we already have an effort in place. Anybody else? Thank you, Becky. Anybody else? Going once, twice, 3 times. Public hearing is closed. Moving on to council member comments. Paula?
I just want to express my thanks to the staff, the budget workshops, and the presentations that they made at the budget workshops were fantastic. They were timely, they were easily understood, and I really appreciate it. So thank you, and I feel like the council has had a really good outcome through the planning process, and I really appreciate it. Without you, it wouldn't have happened, so thank you.
Lucy?
All right, a few things. The first is, thank you for the moment of silence for 9/11. I appreciated that. And we're trying to teach my kids. And when we talked about it yesterday, it was like 22 years ago. And they were like, well, that's a really long time ago. For some people, it doesn't feel like that long of a time ago, but I appreciate that you brought that up and hopefully we can pass that on to the next generation, so it's not forgotten. I also appreciate the cooking theme for Fire Prevention Week, as I have a 13-year-old about to partake in culinary arts at school. So, it's a good reminder to go home and remind him and everybody else in my house about the things we do for fire prevention. I don't think it made it onto the agenda today, but one thing I did want to bring up, and hopefully, people will get behind, is I'd like to increase on our water bills, the voluntary amount that you can give extra for equipment for the fire departments from $2 to $5. And so I'd like people to think about that. If that's something you'd be interested in doing, let us know, because I've lived here for over 17 years and it's been $2 the entire time I've lived here. And I think it's time for us to have an option just to get a little bit more of our water bill for the fire department. That's it.
Any comment with that?
So we are updating an ordinance for that.
Yeah,
We'll have it on
that's
the
right.
next Agenda.
That'll work. That'll work.
Thank you.
So,
All right, just a couple of things, with the curb painting, I've been personally painting those curbs myself, so I appreciate those people, they try to butt in on it. Really doing our best to try to make the city look as good as possible. I was told today that we're expecting an Arctic blast, here pretty soon, so we'll be down in the upper 80s. So we'll be able to go out there and do a little bit more curbs. It's just been way too hot to get a lot of those done recently, but we are working on those and we are making our way into the city. So, also, I think it was about a week and a half ago, and I kind of talked to Paul about this earlier. I was driving down Nassau Bay Drive and I saw that there was all this water everywhere. Went back to the dentist's office, the water was just bubbling up. And I reached out to the mayor and, an officer showed up, almost instantly. And then that evening we had some crew out there working on that pipe. So I just want to say thanks to the Bong's crew for taking care of the city on a rapid response. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Jay?
So I'm not gonna hold it long, so apologies for that. So I wanted to let everybody know, since we did an announcement before, but I think it was only at one of the budget meetings, which on Friday, the 20th of August, I can say that Narcan has been delivered to the NDPD. The following week after that, the chief procured coolers so that they can have them, and that all officers now will be issued Narcan and will carry with them in the class, which I think is a great thing for us, not only as a city, but as a response. Also, I want to thank the other residents. So speaking with my resident hat on, sorry about that here, but I want to thank them for attending the planning and zoning meeting last week and voicing their concerns in relation to the permit for the vape shop here in Nassau Bay. So thank you for that. I'd like to remind everybody that on the 19th, Tuesday, the 19th, that is our public safety meeting. With that, I'll be doing a presentation on the block system. So if you'd like to join in, learn a bit more, I think that would be great. We're looking at getting that inside of our system. And the nice part is it actually works with the body cams that the police officers have. Also, it is still hurricane season. So it's in full swing. We're in the midst of it. So please be prepared. Please ensure that you have backup water, anything you can. I recommend that even just having and understanding that you can turn on the radio. Majority of you have satellite radio, but nowadays you can still get the radio for weather if need be. Also, the heat wave that is still going on, as much as my fellow council members said that Arctic wave is coming in, we've had a drop exponentially to the 95s from the 110s. But with that, with the humidity, it still is dangerous. And so with kids going back into school, and of course, the people being a little bit cooler, please hydrate when you're out. Make sure the kiddos are outside. If they're playing sports, they're also hydrated, and ensure that if you're out doing work that you are too. I think that, to the point of the curb change, or my fellow council member, Chief, if you could unleash, officer abuse, I think that's a perfect job for him to do. Ensure that is done. Yeah, so I'd like to echo also, the staff for what they did with the budget meeting. I think we've had fantastic, not only conversations, discussions, and decisions that have been made that I think will benefit the city as a whole. But I'd like to particularly call out timing for what he's done, our director of finance. And so since he's come to that position, I have to say that it's been one of the best comprehensive budget sessions that I've been in, even in the corporate world. So you've really done a fantastic job. You've come well prepared, and even sometimes you ask the questions and you've answered them very quickly right then and there without having to wait until later. So thank you very much for that. It's important for the residents and for us. And with that, I will pass it on. So
Okay, well, first I want to welcome Nathan and your family. You're a great family, but I'm really happy you're here. And I really think it's a good step in the right direction for all of us to have a good, strong leader in our city. Also, I want to say, please adopt from the animal shelter. Poor Troy, he's full of cats and dogs, and he's got a ton of kittens right now. So if you know anybody that wants to adopt a kitten right now, please send them that way, because we have 2 old dogs in our house. I won't go to the cats, but I want other people to go to the cats. And then also, I'm going to talk, y'all are going to get annoyed with me. I'm going to talk about the reindeer fun run every month now until December. Andy is having an annual reindeer fun run. It's December the 9th. It's a 5K or a 2K walk. I am going to have to start training now for the 5K because I'm not a runner. It's only 3 miles, but you know, sign up. It's a great fundraiser. A lot of what Candy does benefit our city and the animal shelter. Gail is taking any questions, or we have this little form. I'll bring a bunch to the next meeting and just have them sitting out so you guys can pick them up. They have a QR code that you can scan and then you can register. But again, that's December the 9th on Saturday, and it's $35 for the 5K, which is chip time. Again, I'm not a runner, so I don't know what that means. It sounds very official. A child run or walk is $25, and then the pet registration is $10. So if your dog or cat needs to work out, bring them too.
very good.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so I just wanted to welcome Nathan and his family. We're so glad to have you guys here, and I know we're gonna make sure we make you feel part of the family, and you'll really fit in well here. So the first thing I'd like to do is thank the city staff. I know I'm not the last person to get here this 6 times, but I think everybody was so impressed and pleased with the way the budget workshops went and the whole process. You know, we've just been praising everyone, especially Jaime, who did just a fantastic rock star job. But I really want to thank Zena, because she came into a really difficult situation here where you had minutes missing and, you know, all kinds of contracts missing and crazy things she had to take care of. And then she stepped in and has done a fantastic job. So thank you, Zena, for all the work you did. I know she and I were up till 2 o'clock in the morning, probably putting this together, but they just hung in there, no complaining. Fantastic people. Yeah, so anyway, the other thing I wanted to talk about was, you know, thank Public Works, because in this horrible heat, it's been very difficult for them. You know, like we nearly had a fish killed. We probably thought we were gonna have a fire, and sprinklers are breaking, pipes and they're out there in this heat, and I could really walk out there for 5 minutes with the dog. But they're out there every day, just, you know, taking care of us. And it makes me think again about 9/11, and not just all the first responders, because we are always like proud to have our own first responders here, and the fire, the police, and the EMS. we're very proud of that as citizens of Nassau Bay, but you think about also all the people in public service. You know, during 9/11, there were people from the Port Authority and things like that were working, that when everybody was running out, they were running in. And I just wanted to, you know, have everybody remember that and never forget. And I'll talk more about the Parks and Recreation Committee and some of the fun events we have coming up later. Thank you.
Okay, back to me. I have a couple of real bennies I want to mention, and some of them will be in some updates. But I am really pleased with how the process is going for the Smoky Smoke Shop. I can't tell you how good it is to see citizens, staff, council, but more importantly, right here, the planning commission did a, what I think, professional job in regards to asking the right questions and coming to the right conclusions. And I thank everybody who was part of that, because it came to the right answer. So, and just so you know, for council, that's gonna be on the, it's gonna come to us on the October agenda, but I think the planning commission blazed a good trail. The Marine Patrol, the guys are doing just a great job, and I have three things just to give an indication. As the chief knows, I have a decimal meter, and I listened out there, and I was watching you know, just the noise level, and it was basically about a hair under 90 decibels, which is close to a jet engine, you know, if I remember. And when the patrol boat came out, when they went and did their patrol, it went from basically 90 to under 60 in about 3 minutes. So if anybody thinks that the men in blue don't have an impact on behavior out on the water, I can't think of anything more indicative than that. And those are real numbers. Second, they and all in one day, that was in the next thing they did a rescue. I think the Coast Guard asked them to go to the Hilton, because I think there was a boat sinking, or I'm not real sure of the exact incident, but they had to leave in order to be able to respond to a help call from the Coast Guard. And what's interesting is, because I have a catbird seat, was when they left, there was like 16 boats that decided to break into 8 rafts of boats. And one in particular decided to turn the engine on at the very last one, and they were doing donuts through Party Cove, or so to speak. And they were obviously had been drinking. There was obviously, you know, safety. The guys came back from the Hilton, and not within 30 seconds, they stopped each one of the 8 rafted boats, and it broke them down. Basically moved them out away from the residents, made sure that there was no movement. So I just, that whole day was probably a very difficult day for the guys out there, but they're making a difference, and I really, really appreciate it. I know families are saying that. So Chief, Tom, everybody who's you know, can pass along kudos. It's real. So thank you for that. Paul, with the sprinklers and things like that. If you guys, if everybody goes down Nassau Road 1 and sees the crepe myrtles, they'll notice that they are alive. And I believe that's because when you went there and saw that things were in distress, and even though we had like 15, 20 breaks that you were fixing, you got the water truck out there. You did that. I don't know if people know that. But they got a water truck out there for every place where there was really a risk of losing some of our good landscaping. And I drove by some of the areas, and I don't think we're gonna lose anything. It looks like it's there. So thank you for your crew. That makes a measurable difference in how our place looks. I won't go into a lot because I know he's gonna say things, but code enforcement, thank you for tagging those vehicles. The Upper Bay Road looks better than it's looked in a long time. So just keep it on and I appreciate the effort. And then, two things that the council knows that some of the people in City Hall, the citizens don't know, is with Nathan coming on board, there's gonna be two business development, activities that, are, I think, gonna address some chronic areas of redevelopment. A lot know that the focus has been on the apartments right there, starting at the Sapphire, the old Balboa, that includes the Bay House, the professional building, on down even the Lockheed building and the undeveloped property. But Sue Darcy was tasked with EDC to begin the process that we did back almost 25 years ago, that ultimately led to the development of the Griffin Properties, which is the building we're in, pretty much everything from Upper Bay Road to Point Lookout. That's going to begin, and we're going to need some citizens' help, and particularly from people who were part of that process before. So that is being kicked off to see if we can replicate that here on the Upper Bay Road properties, which I think would be good news for everybody. The other is we amassed a very large war chest in the hotel motel tax. And I think people heard at my coffee that the Hilton has committed to refurbish in 2024, both the inside and the skin of the building, and they want to develop it into a target or a destination for people, given all the other development. Well, we have entertained, and I think they're going to take us up, that we might be able to use that hotel tax funds to really help redo the exterior, help in regards to commercially redo that area, which would be the property, the pool, the marina, the things along that line, and do that with association with Bell Harbor. So we stay tuned. There's going to be some real activity to upgrade some old facilities that are going to take place this fiscal year. And without going on too long, people mentioned about Jaime, and Jaime, you did do a great job. But what was very obvious is the teamwork that everybody had. You couldn't have done what you did without the help of each one of the departments, and it's just really great to see that much teamwork and that much just achieved in a short period of time, and done in such an easy way for us. Made our jobs great. So I thank you for that. And with that, I will move on. Those are my items. So move on to city manager report. If you would like to chime in.
Thank you. I have some for actually don't have a lot for personally, but I do just want to again thank everybody for the warm welcome tonight. The first time I drove into Nassau Bay after a 20-hour drive down, I realized right away that it was a very special, unique, beautiful community. So I just looking forward to helping where I can. And I also want to just commend council. It's wonderful to hear council members speak positively about staff members. I've managed a couple cities, I've managed a county. That's not always the case, even when it's served. Sometimes those things get overlooked. And so thank you for doing that. It means a lot for us and for morale here in City Hall. So I appreciate that. And then lastly, I want to thank Zena. City manager is a tough job, but interim city manager is a really tough job. And so I appreciate everything that she's done over these last few months, and look forward to continuing to pick her brain as I get settled in. So that's all I have to report. Tonight I'll have more next month, hopefully. But I will defer to the police department and the other departments that are with the city.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, City Manager. This is real quickly for our crime stats for August. Police Department responded to 346 calls for service, 66 reports, 176 traffic stops, resulting in 102 citations, 117 written or verbal warnings, 30 arrests, 28 were misdemeanors, 2 were felonies, 10 code enforcement issues that were dealt with either by Officer Henderson or the other officers on the police department. A total of 5,644 patrol miles, and we had a 2.58 average response time. for our calls. Excuse me, Mayor, appreciate the kudos on the Marine Patrol, but again, that's a team effort, so it wasn't just the boys in blue, it was the boys in red over there. We're out there doing enforcement, but Tom's, people out there on the boat are.
And they
operators.
volunteer too.
They're volunteers and they're out, and they're the operators. If we don't have them, we can't operate the boats because, we just don't have enough personnel. So appreciate the recognition, but it goes to both fire department and police department. Again, 9/11, just remembering those 71 officers, 344 firefighters, and the thousands of civilians that lost their lives, 22 years ago. This month, the police department had 2 CRACE trainings, the citizens response to active shooter events, one at Gloria Day, for their staff and one for St. Paul's, school staff. I'd like to recognize Corporal Cavazos. He made his 5-year anniversary with Nassau Bay PD on August 20th. Detective Gallegos during the month of August obtained his advanced police officer certification. That's a combination of number of years of service plus training and service. Detective Gallegos has almost 8 years of police service as a police officer and 2,580 hours of education and training hours, and he's been with Nassau Bay for 6 years. So we appreciate all the education that all our officers are going through. Following up on Councilman Abbey's, appreciate the Narcan acquisition back in for us. We've also worked on, we've got Narcan ordered through our portion of the opioid settlement, but Texas Department of Emergency Management is now releasing some of that, so we've also put in an order for Narcan through the state, so we should be getting some more to replenish that. And lastly, Councilman Abbey, a couple of meetings ago had requested working on security audit. We are working on that. We had a meeting with M6 Global Defense this week, and we're also working with Homeland Security, Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, so we'll have both those audits going at the same time to get that completed. Thank you very much.
Chief, if I can real quick.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I thank you for the longitudinal data. I think that's really important that not only we could see that, but the residents could see that too. So I hope that we can keep that going forward for the month running if we can. I have a question more so than anything else. Back when I first got on council, we were having issues with the Sapphire Hotel, Sapphire Val Harbor apartments. And if I recall correctly, there was a percentage of time or effort that had to go into the police force going out there to the place. And then we actually, the police put in a plan with the management to mitigate that, lower it down as it should, so it goes below the threshold. I'm just wondering if we've done the same thing with the microtel and the other hotel or motel that's up there, in regards to the different cases that we run into of those people that have been staying in those places. I don't know if we did or if we have that for them, but I suggest what we maybe follow the same model.
Well, the crime reduction is an ordinance, and it's specifically for the multifamily homes, the apartment complexes. It doesn't encompass the hotels. So if we did that, we'd have to. I don't know if that's something that'd be feasible, because a lot of those are transient people back and forth,
Right.
but we would have to look at probably all 4 hotels.
Yeah.
So, but no, they're not included in that. That's a yearly, we'll look at that again in January. We'll do all those numbers.
And that's all right. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks again.
I had another question, Chief. So, I know that's great that you did that active, shooter training with Gloria Day. I thought we had asked about, like, maybe the council could be involved in some kind of active shooter training to have us a little bit more educated about that. Do you have any plans for that?
We're working on trying to we're gonna do a race training for the public, and then the council can attend that one.
That would be great.
Yeah.
And the other thing I think we talked about in the budget meetings that you might want to mention here for the citizens is about the new jail contract that we have.
That's on the agenda.
It's on the agenda later. Okay,
It's on the agenda a little bit later on. Hopefully you'll approve it, so.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we'll be in trouble by October. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Chief, sorry, just real quick, I do want to thank you for the training you did. I know there were some council members that did attend the Gloria Day.
Yes.
And several other citizens did too. I appreciate that. And just in case if anyone on council wants to go during the training, I am certified in training trainer for active shooter. to actually administer that. So I'm happy to take you through that and make the
Sure, yeah, are you city manager? Yeah, I'm really interested in that.
We are trying to get it out to the public. We've got some more requests in from some of our local businesses. Officer Velasco has been over with, Gary Green, realtors over here, so we're trying to get that, but we're getting requests from some of the entities. And he's still assigned to patrol, so it's difficult to get those all in.
just so you know, if you want to put me on the roster, I'm happy to step in and
Be careful what you ask for.
I know.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Assistant Staff. So your volunteer fire department for the month of August had 1,334 hours. Volunteer hours, we ran 42 calls and we stand at 38 numbers. I will mention, a resident asked me at the end of the last council meeting if we could report deeper, what type of calls we're running that have not fallen on deaf ears. We will make that our goal. It is in the Compass Rose. When you get your water bill, you can see the breakdown of how many of those calls are fires, how many of those are, we'll probably also get a meter at council. The other thing I'll mention is we have 4 current cadets in the College of the Mainland Fire Academy. That's to achieve either firefighter 1 or firefighter 2 rating for the state. So a lot of good training going on. I'm gonna stand here for questions. Good to go. All right.
Sorry. What's the question? So as you stated, that the volunteer fire department is manning the boat. With that, what training are you guys going through for that, for manning the boat?
So we were trained when we got that boat. It depends. So we've had several training opportunities. Again, each member has a training record, whether the state puts on the training or whether you have private entities putting on the training. A lot of our members, especially our senior members, have had various aspects of marine training. Some folks have also done specific training on that vessel itself. And then we set our curriculum within the department that says to be even a crewman on the boat, you have to do certain things and have to have so many hours with someone who is certified and checked off to drive that boat. And the folks that are certified and checked off to drive that boat, like I said, receive training on the vessel itself and then also those engines that we have on the boat.
Would it be helpful if there were some people that were just only certified for the boat, so that it would offload the volunteer fire department for you guys, so you guys could be out there specifically for the boat?
Yeah, we have to think about that. I want to make sure to give it a thought. We haven't looked at having just civilians, because from a liability standpoint, I think
I'm talking sort of like a class within volunteer fire department solely for the boat.
yeah, let the PD and the fire department get together on that, unless we all have any comments. I'm not sure we have policies in place today to manage that, but look at that.
That'd be great. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, residents, Public Works, super busy, the month. We had 11 water breaks and major water breaks, and out of those 11, we had to, jackhammer out, driveways, sidewalks, streets, so along with that, we're doing a replacement of all that, and we've actually reached out to a couple of concrete contractors, so we're trying to get this done pretty quick. We've also had about 15 irrigation leaks just on Nass Road 1 by themselves, so I think we're down to probably about 5. But as the mayor mentioned, we are watered by a water truck, so we're making sure we get water to them.
It's
The Texas Water Development Board for the water and sewer project is complete. We are scheduling walkthroughs and we're doing internal walkthroughs right now on that, so we're happy to get this project underneath our belt. The capital improvement project for the street project, we've done 28 out of, it used to be 30, now it's 31 street improvements, and we are starting to see more streets buckle with this heat, especially around Space Park, Surfport, and the Space Park down by the NASA Bay Drive. So we're starting to evaluate the next phases of the street project. The sidewalk expansion at David Braun is completed. We're going to be doing a walkthrough. We do have one area that has a drainage issue, and that is on the city, so we're going to correct that. But everything else is looking good. The capital improvement project for the Lake Pump House on Nassau Bay has been completed, and that is up and running. So we're ready for a hurricane, and we have a backup in case that fails. The CIP stormwater SCADA system is complete. We actually looked at it today. We're able to look at it on phone, monitor the stormwater stations, the levels, if they're on, the pumps are on or off. So we're doing a little tweaking on that just to make it a little user friendly for the operators. The wastewater handrail project is completed, looks really, really good down at the wastewater plant. We were able to complete the wastewater process renewal application, and then we also completed 800 feet of sanitary sewer line jetting. So, beside the water breaks, we're still taking care of our sewer side. Picture, that's good. And then we did have a new parks employee start and a utility maintenance employee start. Actually, his first day, he was on 2 major water breaks and probably didn't get out here till 9 o'clock. So, yeah, we got him baptized very quick. And then Gail Wallace is our part-time animal control officer. She was in training and she passed her certification, so she is a certified animal control officer. And so, with all that with the team, we're still going. I think we're doing better than a lot of other cities. I looked at the website for Clear Lake Water, and I think they have like 43 breaks on record. I think we got 2 little bitty breaks at some meters. And the city used to have about 900 water breaks on the books right now. So we're doing pretty good. My guys are troopers, and they're battling through this. So.
Question, Paul, real quick. Yeah, just out of curiosity, I saw that, up on Ezra One, TxDOT was out there filling up some of the cracks by, on Upper Bay on Nashville One side. Out on the lookout, as you exit, I'm just curious, I know that TxDOT has the road. Is that something that we can have a conversation with them about in regards to our exit, because it is starting to buckle up there?
Yes, yes. I typically about twice a year, I just bug them, to paint the crosswalks and all that. I think there's like 8 or 9, but yeah, they know me pretty good, so. And then we also send in work orders for any kind of problems on Nass Road 1, so we're always looking out for Nass.
Great, thank you.
How about Center Point for tree trim?
Yeah, that's a good one.
We hadn't had that conversation yet, but it's on my list.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
And Paul, I was gonna ask, I've had a lot of citizens asking me if we were gonna go into limiting water usage at any time, and you and I spoke about a week ago about this, and you said we were doing pretty good. I'm just curious if we've had a couple of little rains, not really.
Yeah, so our drought contingency begins at, around 1.5 million gallons of water a day, and you have to hit that, you have to hit on 1.5 for 5 consecutive days, and you got to like 1.3, 1.4, 1.5, and then it hit down. So that took us out of that range. We're actually this weekend, I thought my numbers were gonna be a lot higher. We're about 1 million, but last week we were about 1.3, 1.5. And so I think, what, council approved back 20-something years ago is paying off. Bunch of the surrounding cities, are on water drought contingency, and they're getting pretty serious. I think it's like $1,000 fine, fill pools. A lot of people have a lot of money in landscaping.
Thank for that accolade, but it's also, we don't have the other breaks that, because you fixed 4 miles
Yes.
of your need.
Yeah, so,
That are not giving us a problem. That means that's water staying in the pipe.
yes, all the breaks have been either are cast iron or, just some old concrete lines. Nothing new, nothing that we've done, probably in the last.
I shudder if we
15
hadn't
years.
done what we did, and, really helped out.
Sorry, my other question is, so if we were to have to, hopefully we won't have to, but if we were to have to start limiting water usage, how would the citizens know about that?
We would put it out in the rave alert, and then we would probably, put it out, social media. We would do that really, really quick and really, really fast.
Okay, because they'll ask me, and then of course I asked you, but so I gave them immediate feedback, but I was just curious how they would look for that information, so thank you.
Yes.
Paul, real quick, on that same topic, we're Harris County, and so Harris County's in a stage 2 right now.
The city of Houston.
Okay,
Yes.
I was classified Harris County, so if that's the case, then I stand corrected.
Yes, we're on our own supply, and so, yeah, I've got a lot of calls on that, so, yeah, so we're good.
Excellent, no confusion.
Anything else? Thank you.
Great job.
Great job.
Good evening. I was asked here to come up and speak today because as you all know, the code enforcement department has been kind of reborn. And it was decided by staff that it would be reorganized kind of underneath the fire marshal's umbrella. To give you a quick update on why, Officer Perry from the police department is going to be moving over as the code enforcement officer. When he does that, he's already trained in a lot of the fire marshal activities and so forth, so he's gonna be a dual purpose type employee for us. He'll concentrate on code enforcement at first, and then we've got a couple classes that he's got to take. One main class, fire inspection. Once he gets that certification, then he's gonna roll into doing some fire inspections, and when he does those fire inspections, it'll also cover code enforcement. It'll get our certificate of occupancies and our business registrations all lined up and organized again like it used to be. So right now, currently, Officer Perry is still with the police department, and on the 19th, which is a Tuesday, he will officially be moved over to the code enforcement department. That has to do with some payroll stuff. In the meantime, we're kind of working together on getting everything organized in his office. You know, there's just so many little things that have to be done as far as getting him set up. And, so we're confident that on the 19th, he'll be ready to roll and move out. So I don't have any statistics on what he's been doing, but he's gonna come up here and give you a brief rundown of what's been going on code enforcement wise. So, but we still will work together on code enforcement stuff, and then very soon we'll be doing fire marshal stuff together. So it's gonna be great to see.
Thanks for all your hard work on that. That's great.
Fantastic. Looking forward to it. So it's great. Thank you all for the support too. Officer Perry, you want to come up and give a little rundown?
For the council, Mayor, welcome, Mr. Bird. First thing I want to say is whatever y'all did and sent out the water bill was a huge help. Because I can't tell you how many people have stopped me on the street knowing that this was going on. I didn't even know nothing was going in the water bill. But I obtained so much of my information from the citizens, things that I don't see, because we've only been addressing the obvious, but there's so much that's not obvious, that's lingering, that I don't see it. It is the citizens that walk their dogs every morning and jog that are seeing these things and telling me, and it's like, wow, it was right in front of my face, and I never saw it. And so whatever that was, it works. Because as of that letter, I get an average of 3 emails and phone messages every single day. And it really helps to go in the direction that we need to go. So obviously the one thing I want to hear about is 1910, that's Road 1. We had a meeting last week and Chief and Zena basically said, take off the gloves and go do it. So I made contact with him. One of the partners told him he had till last Saturday to get him out. Didn't happen. So I found his phone number. I called him this week and I said, all right, you got till the end of the day or the car's gonna be tagged. Of course, he didn't take me serious. So the next day I went and tagged almost, I think 7 or 8 cars. It tagged me till I ran out of tags. But the word must have got out really fast because I personally watched 4 cars get towed. I saw multiple ones. There was about 7 left. There's still some lingering tags over there if you want to see them, but it's definitely got his attention. Enforcement works. He's going in the right direction.
I observed that. Well done. Well done.
And these are tagged for junk, as being junk vehicles, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
So I have to be very careful when I can't assume that a vehicle is a junk. So there's some cars over there that are very questionable that I did not put tags on because they're not dismantled. They have 4 good tires and they have current registrations. So if I go in and make an assumption, you know what that means, that could get me in trouble. So I can only do the obvious and hope that he understands that we're serious and he moves on with the rest. So other than that, there was just so many little things. Like I said, I'm being able to go more into the interior and driveways. I guess the biggest one was the Sandy Cove sailboat. We got it moved. We got the dilapidated trailer gone. She had a little raft over there that was gone. That took quite an effort on her part. She's a resident off of Point Lookout, very cooperative, very nice, and she got it done. I did have 2 Airbnbs taken off of the platform. Just neighbors and citizens telling me where they were at. And so made contact with the people, they immediately came down. Of course, they don't like to be told they can't do it, but so I'm the bad guy, but the rules are the rules. And so they immediately came down that day. They haven't been rented since, and they are both in the process of having the permits legally for the city. Other than that, it's just your typical jump cars, grass, got into some dilapidated fences. So it's coming together. There's still a lot out there, but I can't say enough for the citizens for their help, because they are my eyes and ears.
Thank you so much, Officer Henderson. I really want to tell you how many compliments I've had from people that are excited about this whole process that's happening. And I know there was some like trash that was just thrown out on the street, and you were able to get that done. So enforcement, I think you're right, enforcement does work. I know I'm gonna keep harping on you about the Sapphire. You said last time your plans are to go there, and what's the next step for you? Does that have to happen with a fire marshal certification before you can go over there and do the proper inspections that you need to do?
What I observed, it's gonna take a building inspector. He's gonna have to be the one, he's an engineer, I'm not an engineer. We're not engineers, but it looks obviously structure stuff that an engineer or professional needs to look at.
And you plan on doing this as like what Tony was saying, you guys are gonna work together as a team and put the whole thing together as like one unit, so you guys can go together and because we were working on that since I've been on, before I was on council, talking about getting some of this stuff done, that's still a problem over there. And do you think that working together in this new system that you have set up is gonna be able to solve that problem?
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm excited about the new venture that we're going on, but they've made a lot of strides over there at the Sapphire. But there is more, but it's gonna need a professional engineer to go over there and critique what needs to be done.
Okay, yeah, that sounds great, thank you.
All right, moving forward and thank you, Officer Anderson. Moving forward on the agenda, we now at the consent agenda. There are 5 items. The regular city council, August 14th minutes, the special council meeting, August 22nd, and budget workshop minutes, August 28th, as well as the reschedule. There's also a approval here, and I want people to note this one in case we need to talk about it. Rescheduling the regular city council meeting scheduled for October 9th to October 16th, because we've got many people and staff on the TML conference. So please see that, as well as the reappointment of Judge Holly Williamson. Is there anything that people want taken out of the consent agenda?
I move to remove the minutes from August 14th regular council meeting. There's just some edits that I'd like to have made to the Charter Review Commission discussion. That was like a 30-minute discussion, and I think it was a very brief summary in there, and I think there are a few things that need to be added. I already emailed Dina about it, about what I think needs to be changed. I'm happy to say it in front of council, or we can just remove.
We'll just hold that over, because we're gonna have a special meeting in the 25th, so we can just hold it over until there, rather than, instead of discussing it, just hold it over, if that's okay.
That's fine.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to motion that we table the August 14th minutes.
I'd like to second.
The special meeting.
Okay. All
I'll
those in
second
favor? All those in favor? Passes 7-0. I still have 4 others.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I would like to make a motion that we approve the consent agenda with the exception of the August 14th as stated previously, to table that and move it forward to the special meeting that we have scheduled. And then we do the reappointment of Judge Holly Williamson.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Paula. Any other comments? Then I call for the vote. All those in favor? Passes 7-0. Moving on to the committee reports, Parks and Recreation.
I just wanted to give a little bit of a broad update on this so that the new city manager knows how it works here. We really do a lot with our Parks and Recreation Committee, and also part of the Parks and Recreation Committee is a Keep Nassau Bay Beautiful Committee. There's something in Texas called Keep Texas Beautiful, and we're part of that charter. It's, you know, allows us to get grants and various things, recognition for doing that. And then also it encourages citizens to get involved and go around the neighborhood and try to point out items that need to be beautified. One of the projects that we're working on is all of the signs in the neighborhood that look dilapidated. If you drive by and you see a parking sign that looks old and troubling, please go ahead and email me, Michelle.weller@NassauBay.com. We'll add it to the list. I know that Paul in his free time has been trying to get together the list, as he has been helping to get those signs replaced, so we don't have these broken signs everywhere. We also are working in the next meeting. We moved it to September the 20th with the new city manager coming on board and this heat mess and the budget. We decided that we weren't going to have the last two meetings. So our next meeting is September the 20th at 6 p.m. right here in City Hall. Everybody is welcome to join. I hope that you'll join us as well. And one of the things that we're going to be talking about is some of the upcoming projects that went through the budgeting process, and all of the committee were giving their recommendations, and members of council as well. We needed a little break from this heat. I did go around to all the parks and the neighborhood and was looking at how the grass is coming along. I was very worried about it. And it's starting to grow back. I know Paul did a good job, as we said, about going around and watering everything, but we're in pretty good shape for the coming up fall sweep, which at that time will clean the peninsula. And we planted a lot of flowers last year, but this year it seems like we don't need to plant as many. And they're doing quite well. So we're just gonna do a little bit of touch up with the flowers. We do have the students wanting to come back and volunteer again, so we're trying to figure some project for them. I think I talked to Chase about helping out with the street numbering, the numbers on the sidewalk in front of the houses to help us, get some of those caught up because it's been so hot. I know Chase has been out there. I'm like, what are you doing? I'm gonna start, I've been injured, but I'm gonna start getting back into that again. So you'll see that coming up. Also the new path in David Rock Park is out there. We still have, part of that budget was to do, the gates on the dog park and the cement on the dog park. I know Paul was in the middle of that, but he's been so busy that we haven't quite gotten about. That's gonna be coming up on the list that we're gonna take care of.
Just one
yeah.
question I had there, and I don't know if it's Paul, the pictures that I sent you there, that with the expanded, the ADA approved, path going out there. You said that was on the city? Is that
Yeah.
something we did, or what is?
No,
what
it's-
Oh,
happened?
there was a little bit of flooding there, right?
Yeah, we had a previous drainage area that just filled in. And so actually Troy sent me a picture yesterday and it's almost gone, but we just need to clean up that channel and get it to drain. But
Okay.
it was no part of the contractors doing their work. It's just,
Fair enough.
so we'll take care of it.
Great. Another thing we're gonna do is we're gonna support Jim Stowa's veterans benefit to Camp Hope for PTSD paddle event. I'll encourage all of you to join. We're gonna get the Parks and Recreation volunteers to come and help with that. If you want to get involved with that, feel free to join us and we can assign you to something. Some of the other topics upcoming is that we've been planning for a while to do a mural on the back of the bathroom there in David Rock Park that is space themed and to have some kind of Nassau Bay theme with our palm trees, our boats, our ducks and whatnot. And then get the roof painted and the baseball, the basketball court painted to sort of match everything that's out there. We started with the benches. I noticed you did some repairs to the electrical units that were out there. They were leaning over and you popped them back up.
Yes, we did 4 and we've also extended them higher. They were, I think,
Yes, I saw that.
so they're now, I think about 5 feet.
Great job,
Just in
yeah.
case it floods out there.
And also I think we have a couple of water fountains coming in. I know we still are missing one regular water fountain in David Braun, and then we'll have some bottle filler water fountains that are gonna be coming in once the heat clears up and they can get back out there again. We are looking at doing fixing the boat ramp over by David Braun Park. It's really not very safe there, and we've been looking at that, so we'll continue to look at that. The garden club is going to be planting a native pollinator garden down by the Reflection Garden, kind of on the way to the peninsula. So we're going to be talking about that. We were going to put in a soccer pitch at the request of Councilmember Abby. And that'll be right next to the baseball field. I was out there at the baseball field. It's looking really nice, and I know that people have been enjoying it. I'm so excited about that. We've got the gazebo renovation going on. The Abbey's one, we're out there raising a bunch of money to upgrade that, and I know Paul's been working on that, right? It's being paid for by insurance, but we're not telling the kids that. We'll let them think they didn't. But they're gonna upgrade it with some fairy lights and all kinds of cool stuff, so that's kind of cute to have the kids get involved. We do like to have the children get involved. And when we do the fall sweep on November 3rd and 4th, we'll probably have some kid events out there, have some pizza, bounce house, and just, have something fun for the kids to do, so families will bring their kids to help out. I did get a request from Councilmember Horton about the pickleball court needs a little bit of repairs. We do need to have the basketball court get a little repaired, as you all probably know, it needs some painting and a little bit of renovation. One of the Keep Nassau Bay Beautiful projects is to put back the old-fashioned Nassau Bay lamps down the esplanades on Upper Bay Drive, Point Lookout Drive, and Nassau Bay Drive. If you look at the entrance to Queens Court off of Point Lookout, we had 2 of the lamps put back in there, but it has solar lamps on the top. So you don't need to have any electrical plugs in there. And we want to do that to sort of bring more of the entrance of Nassau Bay, that old fashioned feel, and just put them down there as a highlight. So that's coming up. We also are gonna put a statue of an astronaut who lived in Nassau Bay, if you all aren't familiar, and maybe Nathan is not. More astronauts who landed on the moon or been to space lived here in Nassau Bay. This past year, we've been bringing back our space heritage. We added some moon trees out here right outside City Hall, which comes out of our hotel tax funds. The hotels are just thrilled about it. They're starting to grow now. They'll grow pretty quick. And we want to build, and Paul put this beautiful old plaque out there from 1976 that honored our astronauts. So what the idea is ultimately to have a path there and a life-size bronze statue of an astronaut like Buzz Aldrin, who lived here. And then maybe a list of plaques similar to what the police memorial is, where you can list all the names of all these space, pioneers here, including Mr. Abbey, not Dr. Abbey, but Mr. Abbey, who's the astronaut maker. If you didn't know that, he lives here still in Nassau Bay. So that's kind of exciting. And Zena was working with me on a little bit and getting some quotes on that. That's also like another hot fun project, but it's something that, we can bring back the space heritage and then also, bring tourism. Down in David Ron Park, we have the moonwalk there, which has plaques honoring astronauts who lived in Nassau Bay. We have 2 moon trees. I've already had a request from the committee to do another moon tree, 1 a year. So we kind of just have them down there listing every astronaut, on the plaque who's lived here. So I'll get you to explain a little bit more about that, but it's just kind of exciting stuff, and it's fun for kids, it's educational, and it looks really cool out there. I was just out there and I just thought it looked great. And then the other thing, we have talked about, we have a couple other projects that we're gonna be talking about in terms of upgrading that little plot of land, which we're calling the Fireman's Park, that George gave us a presentation about, where we have the boat, all the houses were torn down, and we want to just put some vegetation in there basically to make it look a little bit prettier. So I just encourage everyone, please come out to the meeting and get involved if you'd like. We love having the volunteers, and we'd love to hear your ideas as well. So thank you very much.
Michelle, real quick, if I can.
Yes, sir.
So thanks for mentioning the kids, and with that, I guess I'm blessed on the fact that my child is now on student council at Space Center. Add more things to do for, driving around with. But Space Center Media has worked with the special events committee in the past, so they'd like to keep on doing that. I talked to the person that's in charge of the school, so hopefully that'll work out. And they would like to engage more with the parks in regards to doing things out there for service leadership. So just wanted to let you know.
That's a great point. Thank you. Dr. Abby, what I want to encourage anybody who's listening is that we do give service hours on every one of these projects. So we worked with the Clear Horizon School, and they brought out 97 volunteer kids that helped us plant a lot of flowers and paint the wall and do all these fun things around here. So anybody that needs kids who want to get involved and get some service hours, we will help you with that as well. Thank you.
Any update on the Swan Lagoon playground equipment?
I think Paul just mentioned it, that it's coming in September. I believe you did just order, we're gonna have the first ADA equipment here. It's an ADA merry-go-round, and you ordered the pads that go down there as well. And so how's it looking over there, by the way, after the vandalism?
Oh, that's been all cleaned up. That looks good. The last, email I had was demo should start happening at the end of this month. And I'll.
Next couple of weeks.
Yes.
Yeah, good. Excellent. Medical Event Committee?
All right, so we have Halloween in the Park coming up on October 21st from 6 to 8. If you're on Facebook, the meeting was deleted just because we had a large interest, and last year it kind of got overcrowded, and so we decided to pull it off of Facebook as an open public event. It's still open to the public, anyone can show up, but it's not showing up on Facebook for the hundreds of, almost 1,000 people that were interested. So they can look at the city website and see all the same information, but not a shareable Facebook event now. If you'd like to get involved, we do have a special events committee meeting tomorrow here at 6:30. So we're working on planning activities for that event right now. We're also going to talk about the holiday in the park, which will be December 9th. So the same day as the boat parade, you'll get that, and then the other events that day. Both of these days are going to be packed full of activities. October 21st is another activity-filled day in the city and around the city. But that's when our Halloween activity will wrap up. So if you want to join us, please do. If we're looking for new volunteers, we love fresh faces, and everyone is welcome to join us. That's it.
Thank you. Planning and zoning, Rod?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Nate, I haven't had a chance to speak yet. I'm Rod Molyneux, for those that don't know me. The Planning and Zoning Commission met on September 5th, 2023 to review the specific use permit on a smoke/vaporizer store at 1400 East Nassa Parkway, right up by the Starbucks. After multiple citizens speaking at the public hearing on the specific use permit, after considerable research into our zoning ordinance and discussion by the commission members, the Planning and Zoning Commission voted unanimously not to recommend the issuance of a specific use permit for this business in our city.
Right answer.
As a note, the Planning and Zoning Commission only meets when there's actual items for us. Since the majority of the Planning Commission and zoning, and me particularly, are new to these roles, for the foreseeable future, we plan to meet monthly to make sure we have some continuity.
Think we can give them some pizza or something like that?
Any questions? Thank you very much.
Maybe any comments from the business owners that were there?
They were given the opportunity to speak at the public portion. They spoke. They're said we had caused them drug dealers. We said, no, you're this far above the law. This doesn't work for us.
Okay.
We have not heard anything else back from.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Right answer.
Yes.
No, I'm in trouble. Can I make an amendment to my report?
Sure.
I somehow left off National Night Out. October 3rd.
Oh, that's right.
Thank you, Cheney, for reminding me. October 3rd, National Night Out, will take place and we need, I think at this time, we have only 1 or 2 registrations. So it's on the city's webpage, National Night Out. If you go to the city webpage, National Night Out webpage, there's a registration, application form on there, get that in so that we have your neighborhood, and we can come on out and get not only the police department, fire department, EMS, but city officials come out and visit with everyone in the city. I think it was has we've had 17 different neighborhoods, so we need to get some more registrations.
Say that name again.
National Night Out.
The date we're all waiting for TNL, October 3rd.
October 3rd, there you go. Yeah. So council is leaving on October 30th.
It'll be fine. Chief, just real quick, just a suggestion that we might want to contact the last year's block chiefs and see if they would be willing to do that in a short distance until that day. So
That's a good idea. All right, sorry about that.
Okay. Moving on to new business, the very first thing is a public hearing on the City of Nassau Bay proposed fiscal year 2023 budget. It is 7:47. I mean, I don't know if you have anything that you're there, but it was to begin that, or
Mayor, did you want him to present first before you open?
I would really like that because it would be helpful for the citizens to see before, you know, they haven't had a chance to completely read everything.
And please hold off calling the public hearing until he's done.
Okay,
Okay, that way, because the public.
we can be part of the same, we can combine that. They can be part of the public hearing.
Good evening. Mayor, citizens. Okay. Right, so these council priorities for the FY 23-24 proposed draft budget are the following: renew infrastructure, continue to focus on infrastructure that needs replacement or upgrades, and public safety, continue to make the necessary investments to create a safe and peaceful community. And these priorities are in alignment with the city comprehensive plan. So for this proposed draft budget, the following are funded infrastructure projects. We're funding out of the general fund, 62,000, out of the water and sewer fund, 1.3 million, out of the street sales tax fund, 350,000, and out of the capital projects fund, 565,000. So a total of 2.2 million funded infrastructure projects for the upcoming budget. And we also have a certificate obligation, 3.8 million for 10 years. At this time, this is not in the budget and won't be in the budget until the debt issuance is completed. So if all goes well with the certificate of obligation, total infrastructure projects for the upcoming budget is $4.5 million. Fantastic. So continue on the renewed infrastructure, bear with me, there's a lot of information here. So so these are the following infrastructure projects that we'll be funding. So out of the general fund, we'll be doing the additional concrete to finalize the Leeward project. That's $20,000. That'll be funded out of the excess reserve. In addition, we'll be setting aside funding from the excess reserve to replace the City Hall HVAC unit. Projected replacement date for current unit is FY 2030. Total funding for this budget is $42,000, and the total project cost over the next few years will be $250,000. Out of the water sewer fund, we'll be setting aside funding from the excess reserves to replace the 4 sewer main line. Funding will occur over 4 years, and replacement will occur in phases. Total funding for the upcoming budget is $300,000. Total project cost is $1 million. Continuing on with the water sewer fund, we'll be spending the COVID grant money that we received a couple years ago, and we'll be using this money to replace an existing 10-inch water line. It covers about 5,200 linear feet of new 12-inch water line on Nassau Parkway between Upper Bay Road and Lakeside Lane. And we'll also be replacing an existing 8-inch water line to about 570 linear feet of 12-inch water line on Point Lookout Drive. The total funding for this project is $986,000. And based off our forecasts, our FY 24, FY 29 forecasts, we're projecting in the water sewer fund, excess reserves will be approximately $6 million at the end of FY 29. As a result of the fund's strong position, council considering issuing a $3.8 million 10-year certificate of obligation fund for 2 significant infrastructure projects. The $3.8 million funding source, along with the associated infrastructure projects, are not included in this budget. The budget will be amended for the funding source and the projects after the issuance of the CO is complete. The projects that will be added to the amended budget are the following: the southeast transmission line. This line is used to transmit water from the southeast water purification plant. Total funding for this upcoming budget is $1.5 million, and the remaining project cost is $1.5 million. And we'll also be beginning phase 2 of the water distribution line replacement project. Phase 2 will replace 20,000 linear feet of distribution lines, which is approximately 4 miles over a 3-year span. Total funding for the upcoming budget is $770,000. The total project cost is $2.3 million. So for the capital projects, we'll finish investing the 2021 certificate of obligation funds. That'll be $557,000 for stormwater projects. In addition, we'll paint the fire EMS station garage doors, and that will be funded out of the capital projects. That's $8,000. And then also we'll continue to replace or upgrade our existing streets, and that'll be funded by the street maintenance sales tax fund, which is $350,000. So total infrastructure projects is $2.3 million. If you add the 10-year certificate of obligation, again, it's 4.5 for total infrastructure projects. The next priority for council is public safety. So as of right now, we're projected to fund $883,000 in public safety projects, $465,000 out of our operating fund, and $418,000 out of our capital projects fund. So if you bear with me, the following projects will be funded this upcoming budget for public safety. So out of the general fund, we'll be replacing the foam collars on the public safety boat. That'll be coming out of excess reserves. Total funding is $40,000. Implementation of the flock system, that includes first year maintenance subscription, funding source excess reserves, funding $50,000. Out of the general fund, we'll be replacing 12 handheld radios. That funding source excess reserves. The replacement of all radios will be a multi-year effort. So total funding for this upcoming fiscal year is $75,000. In addition, out of the general fund, we'll be setting aside funding for a new ladder fire truck. The funding source will be property taxes and excess reserves. Funding will occur over 4 years, and it will require issuance of debt in FY27. So total FY24 funding for the ladder truck is $300,000, and total cost of the ladder fire truck is $2.2 million. Coming out of the CIP, which is the capital project fund, we'll be funding 10 mobile data terminals. We'll be paying year one of the lease payment, that's $6,200. We'll also be funding a thermal imager for unit E82. That'll be $10,000. And then we'll be paying year 3 of 5 the Axon body cameras and in-car. That's $42,000. And then also we'll be replacing unit 4 PD with a new interceptor. That's $75,000. That's all coming out of the capital projects fund. And the last item on the list is the replacement of the ambulance. That's $285,000. That will be funded by the 2021 certificate of obligation. So again, total public safety projects is $883,000. So why invest in these priorities? We need to protect our city's fire ISO rating. What is ISO? That's Insurance Services Office. So as of right now, our score is 80.91. And that's our most recent score as of this year. In 2013, our ISO score was 86.4. So right now we're at a rating 2. If we fall below 80, we'll be at a rating 3, and that will result in higher insurance premiums for the community. So how can we maintain it at a rating 2? We need to make sure that we need to maintain our water system strong, especially on the supply and pressure side, and also make sure we have the proper equipment, and that's where the ladder truck comes into play. So our next ISO rating audit will occur in 10 years, so it's critical to begin making these investments now, so we can continue to protect and strengthen our ISO rating. In addition, we need to lock in the $2.2 million price for the ladder truck. In addition, the lead time for a ladder truck is also 32 to 52 months. So in 2020, the quote for the ladder truck was $1.4 million. In 3 years, the price increased by 57%. So to protect us against significant price increases and extended lead times, it's critical to order the ladder truck soon. And finally, over the last several years, 21,000 linear feet of new water lines have been replaced. The new lines have withstood the extreme heat that the older lines are breaking, resulting in more frequent and severe water leaks. So that's why it's critical that we invest in the water distribution line project. So just to recap,
I mean, just real quick,
Yes, sir.
and I just think here that maybe just a mistake on my part. I thought the ISO rating was done every 5 years, not every 10 years. Is that correct? I think it's every.
Then it's been changed to 5.
Yeah, so which to me, given the delivery of a fire truck in 32 to 52 months, we're not as luxurious in time as we may think.
Yep.
And I just wanted to make sure that was true.
Okay, so moving on to the next slide. This is just a recap of all the funding sources, and this does not include the certificate obligation that we'll try to get in this year 2024. So touching on the 3.8 for the certificate obligation. So we have in mind, if we're able to get the certificate obligation, we have in mind spend 2.3 million of that in fiscal year 24. And to service the 10-year certificate of obligation and to offset the 20% increase for cost of water, the city will move forward the FY 25 rates. So all the rates highlighted in yellow. So like the FY 25 rates, those will be moved forward to 24, 26 to 25, 27 to 26. And everything highlighted in green, those are new rates. So the residential base rate fee for the 5H meter will remain the same. The base rate for multifamily will increase from 14 to 16, and lastly, the commercial water rate will increase to 14.59. These changes will generate additional $905,000 in revenue to help us offset the debt service along with the increase in cost of water.
Primarily on commercial.
Yes. So the total budget by funds. So our total budget for the upcoming year is 15.8 million. The two primary funds that make up that balance is the operating fund, the general fund, which is 6.7 million, and the water and sewer fund, which is 4.3 million. The largest source of revenue for the city is property taxes at 4.4 million, and our utility fees, which is our water and sewer, at 3.9. We have grants coming in at 1.5, 900,000 of that's the COVID money, sales tax, the hotel occupancy tax, franchise fees, EMS, lease revenue, and building and code enforcement fees. And that makes up 82% of our revenue at 13 million. The other 18% consists primarily of municipal court, transfer from other funds, interest revenue, special revenue, and miscellaneous revenue. Okay, so for our proposed tax rate. So for our FY 23 projections on the operating side, we are projected to have 3.6 million in property tax revenue. So we would like to raise an additional 250,000 on top of that for this upcoming budget year to apply to the fire ladder truck. So as of right now, our debt rate per our tax, truth in taxation has to be at 0.57. That will fund our debt obligations. So we got to come up with an M&O to get us to that $250,000. And to get us to that $250, we have to have an M&O rate of 0.599202, which gives us a proposed total levy rate of 0.656603. So if you bear with me, so our total appraised value came in at $1,033,000 minus exemptions of $253,000. That gives us a taxable value of $779 million. So right now we have taxable value under protest of $44 million and uncertified, not included on this certified appraisal roll of $27 million. So that gives us a final taxable value for the city of $850 million, and that's including the TERS. So with including the TERS, by applying this proposed total levy, will generate 5.6 million in property tax revenue. 5.1 will be for maintenance and operations, 488,000 will be for the debt service on our obligations. But the piece that we have to back out is the TERS. So the TERS is 216 million, but that's capped at 90%. So for the TERS, that's the TERS share is 194 million. So of that 5.6 million, 1.3 million will go to the TERS, and after that, the rest belongs to us. So our property tax piece will be 4.3 3.8 will be of M and O, and 33,000 will be of debt. So that will get us to what we need to get the 250. So, and just to give you an idea, the no new revenue rate, what that means is the legally calculated tax rate established in truth and taxation that would provide the city with approximately the same amount of revenue it received in the previous years on properties taxed in both years. That rate is 0.614746. So we're about 4 cents over that. So it's about 6.8% increase over the no new revenue rate. But that's the rate that we need for us to get 250,000 to apply for the ladder.
Can you remind us of our current rates?
Our current rate, yes, our current rate is 0.648979. So that's a 1.17% increase.
Given this is a public hearing,
Yes.
and chime in here.
So 1 cent
And
on
I
the dollar.
Yes.
just want to let people know that this is a public hearing. This is not meant to be a one-way discussion. So if there is any questions, I will allow citizens to be heard in order to have answers as well as council. And so I just want to make sure people understand that it's not just one way right now. Go ahead, Michelle, I'll do it.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I just wanted to make sure that it's clarified for everybody that our current rate is 0.648979,
8979, which is a 1.17% increase.
so we have a 1.17% increase to bank money to pay for the fire truck.
Yes, so maintenance and operation, that rate is only increasing for the 250,000.
And that covers all of these infrastructure projects that you've been talking about, that's included in the budget as well.
Yes, that is correct.
Just to even be
And
really, yeah, correct. If you notice on the water and sewer side is picking up the lion's share of the capital project rather than the general fund. So it is the water rates that are paying the majority of the capital investment that we're gonna make.
That is correct.
And the information that you presented, I think is great. I mean, the one piece I would clarify is, and this is something we would really like to hear from the citizens, is that we try to target for the no new revenue level. This is not the minimum necessary to avoid a referendum. It's actually right at the rate that would be no new revenue. So that would mean whatever you paid last year would be what you pay this year. And we actually went down 50,000 from there. It's because the movement to the water and sewer, it's really freed up the pressure on the property taxes. What we are asking the citizens to do is help us accelerate the ability to put in a purchase order for a ladder truck. We need about $300,000 for that in the budget. And that's where you see the increase, is to be able to fund that extra accrual so that when the ladder truck finally gets built, we have the funds in order to be able to pay for it. And that kind of goes to the crux of the whole revenue structure that we're doing, is that decision right there. So any feedback, any input from citizens on that would be valuable.
Mr. Mayor, if I can, if you could, we've had long discussions about this in relationship to the flood insurance rating and that scalability. And by front loading this, and in comparison to what we are dealing with receiving the ambulance that we paid for, being paid for several years or so waiting, it hasn't arrived yet. That rating overall, can you kind of give just a snapshot of what that rating do for the city if we keep that above that threshold in regards to the flood insurance?
So if we fall below 80,
Or if we fail. If we
yes.
fail is a better way.
will be a rating 3, and that will cause insurance premiums to go up in the community.
Excuse me.
About 200 to 300.
Flood insurance, you're talking about the
Homeowner
flood insurance.
You're exactly right.
That's right.
Yeah,
Exactly right.
TRS rating is for flood.
That's right. That's right.
Sorry.
So maybe about $300.
Yes.
If we fall below that kind of rating.
That's my understanding, and just so people are clear, this is for homeowners, so the homeowners insurance, not association insurance.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Megan, sorry for that. You know, that's why we're very keen on wanting this done, is because we believe that there are a risk for us to lose that rating. We have two areas in particular that we're targeting. You heard about the ladder truck. We're also doing the expansion that's gonna be on here, you know, for lines right up there for the main header coming into our water system. But bottom line is that's the way the structure, we can pay for everything but the ladder truck on existing revenues without any increase. But to do that, we need to raise the rates in order to be able to pay for that ladder truck. And if I'm repeating myself, I'm just saying it's about $300,000 per person per year for an average homeowner. And that's at our, you know, if we lose the rating, and if we don't do this, the price of the ladder truck is only going to accelerate. We say it's 57%, but a lot of that's been in the last year and a half, and we see no let up in the inflation that's taking place for those trucks. Rod?
It's not just about the ISO rating. Look at all the homes in the neighborhood that have gone up 15 feet, 18 feet. It's about saving lives.
It is.
Save lives.
It is.
Just for clarity on this, what is the height of the ladders that we're utilizing now on the trucks? And we're relying on outside sources, I believe, for the ladder truck coming in?
The current engines carry ladders up to 25 feet. The mutual aid ladder trucks we get are 100 foot, 105 foot.
And I think, Mayor, I'm sorry, I don't want to correct you, but you said an average of $300,000 per person. I think what you meant was on an average price of a house in Nassau Bay, 300,000 would be about $50 more than the current rate of what we're paying. That's the average. So you're probably looking at people who have the bigger properties paying the lion's share in terms of, like, say, the Methodists. So
That was something else.
what we need.
If we lose the rating from a 2 to a 3, the average homeowner will have an increase of about $300 from their.
Oh, okay, I didn't hear that part, yes.
In order to be able to, you know, because the insurance companies are looking at that as the means by how they rate whether or not there'll be a certain amount of property damage just because of the rating system that they have. So that would be real money out of every single taxpayer's pocket,
Right.
about $300.
Annually.
Sorry, if I can real quick. Additionally, correct me if I'm wrong on this, Chief, on that, with the volunteer fire department, that is not, of course, it's not burdened by the citizens of Nassau Bay, but that rating also is contributed by that volunteer fire department and the equipment that they have in regards to supplying them the equipment they need to perform as they should, correct?
Right. We, the reason that we kept our class 2 is because in the ISO grade, there is a part on personnel. The maximum amount of points you can get in that grade or that section is 15. We graded at 5.4, I think it was, out of 15 with volunteers. And that's because all the hours, when Matt gets up here and he says, yeah, we did 1,300 hours. We use that and we used all those hours towards that rating and got credit for having, I think, 1.9 personnel on duty all the time, even though we're a volunteer department. So without the volunteers spending the time and putting in those man hours every month, you would be a class 3.
Right. And in addition to that, the cost of having a paid volunteer or paid fire department, not volunteer, paid fire department outstrips it.
Yeah, you're looking
You're
at
about $4 million.
Thank you.
figuring it out over.
Yeah.
I kind of thought y'all did. Thank you.
And I think you did tell us, Tom, that it does attract more people to join the volunteer fire department. We do have that ladder truck in the neighborhood. Is that right?
I don't know if it'll actually bring in new members, but it will allow us to do our job to the fullest and not depend on someone else.
Mr. Mayor, if I can, again, sorry, I don't mean to, but the other part is that with the developments going on in Webster, with Wolf Creek Lodge and Margaritaville the other, we relied on those municipalities for that mutual aid, correct? In regards to them supplying ladder truck if needed for what we would need to do. And with those opening up, that time constraint might disappear, correct?
I can't say how it's gonna
Yeah.
do that, but
At least we know that the ISO rating group did not give our volunteer fire department credit for mutual aid. And I believe you even looked at it and you mentioned about this, about just saving lives. We have done a number of lifting of homes that have increased the height. We've got, Methodist, we've got Moody's, we've got a lot, a variety of things that we now have surpassed that criteria.
so as an example, when we got to the last score we received was back in 2013. And out of the possible 5 points you get towards the ladder truck, we scored 4.3. Well, this time around, we lost that. We only got like 0.9, I think it was. So we lost almost 4 points because we don't have that ladder truck.
Yeah, correct. So what I'm very proud about this budget, just from the public hearing perspective, is the water project that Paul's doing here that we just talked about, and we're gonna talk about in an item, is gonna positively impact the water pressure seen in the grid, which will allow the amount of flow from each of the different fire hydrants as well as your kitchen sink. But, and then the other is this is the capital funding to allow us to put a purchase order almost immediately for, after October 1 for this ladder truck.
I just want to say that these numbers seem daunting to the audience. They are daunting. And we have spent many, many weeks working with the finance department to understand them, to scrub them. And I speak to the work that Jaime's done and I really appreciate it. We are getting things like a 20% increase in water. But that's not reflected in the homeowners' water rates. We tried to hold on them. So I want to say that I think the council and the staff has done a really good job with scrubbing the budget and trying to find places to save money. And we're going to continue that. We're going to continue to look at grants and see if we can get some of those for the city. So it's been a lot of hard work and it is a lot of numbers and it's hard to understand, but they've given us, seems like one night a week for many weeks to scrub all these numbers and understand them. So.
Glenn?
I've got questions about the city debt. Jaime, you went very quickly over the certificate of obligation. Can you summarize that again? What year, how many dollars? What assumptions are there relative to interest rate? And how does it affect the total city debt? I mean, are we retiring other debt while we bring on new debt? When you talk about city debt and this, and I forget how many dollars associated with CO with the ladder truck.
Okay, so for the water distribution line project, that's the 3.8 million, that's the 3,800,000 that we're gonna go out. We're gonna probably start that process here in October after the budget gets adopted. That 3.8 million will be for the water distribution line project and the southeast transmission line project, and that will be 10 years. And rates, of course, they're a little high right now because of our current interest rate environment. But we do have our rating, we have a strong rating, so we should get some relief on those rates. So again, I mentioned the two projects that will be funded by that is the Southeast Transmission Line project. So that project right now, that'll be 1.5. That $1.5 million will be due in February. So that's why it's critical that we go out and get this $3.8 million.
Let me help out. I think I know your question a little bit differently, but the amount of debt load on a cash basis per year has increased by how much?
How much?
It's about, my remembrance, it's about $350,000 of added.
I was gonna ask about debt ratio, which is kind of where I was going.
Correct. If,
So the
well, he's
general
looking
fund,
at that, if I
that's
can,
20%.
yeah, less than, less than 20%.
But this will be applied.
What, the strategy we took, Glenn, was that, the ability to really have the front end of the water and sewer capital projects, really to finish the 4 linear miles and the force main and the things along that line, surpass the ability for the water and sewer fund, particularly between 2024 and 2026. So for us to get that done and behind us, we had to go and do a certificate of obligation. If you look after 2026, and we didn't really hear people talk about it, but this fund goes long, where we will amass $6 million. So we would be able to pay that off after that if we wanted to, or do more capital projects. It's just in order to be able to do the total amount in this period of time, we had to do a certificate of obligation.
But we don't surpass any threshold in terms of our debt ratio.
No.
That's a negative.
That's
not what we're done getting that.
Yeah, you're right. Now that I hear you, you're absolutely right. There's thresholds and we shall not surpass it. We do not surpass those thresholds. It's 20%.
And I know we've heard it.
It's in the general.
In the general fund.
This is why I should do that.
Yeah, correct.
And I know we've heard it a million times why we have to do these projects. But maybe just for the citizens here, somebody there, you just explain why we have to do these, right? We have to do them, we don't have a choice.
Yeah.
And what they are, what they mean, kind of in layman's terms.
You know, I mean, you guys know how I talk, so I'll do it as best I can. We've made a conscious decision to move a lot of our capital projects from the general fund to the water and sewer. We did that purposely because we noticed we had been subsidizing our commercial consumers, which are the big consumers of water. That's why we're able to amass these funds without raising, your property taxes or raising residential water rates. The will of council was one that we wanted to have a constancy of purpose for the fixing our infrastructure. We wanted to do that where Paul's group, and Paul was very influential in this and in saying, we've got these guys mobilized, they've been doing a good job, they know it. If we can keep them here and do that, we can really knock this out in probably 2 years, maybe 3, but we really want to try to do it in 2 years to minimize the impact to the citizens at the same time getting us out of these breaks. It's very clear that the new system is not, doesn't have the water leaks, and it would finally get us to where we have infrastructure that would be newer. This is kind of what we're trying to do, newer than Leak City, so that we get out of that. We get out of the brunt of our public works guys having to do 11, 12 breaks in a month during the hot seasons and things along that line. So when you total up those and you also add the main header up on Nass Road 1, the force main on Upper Bay Road, it's a lot of dollars, folks. And it's not that the water and sewer fund can't handle it. It's just a very peak period for 2 years, and then we go very long. That will allow us either to pay the debt off in a year, maybe 2 years. We just needed to be able to finance over 10 years to get the cash to be able to do it in this short period and just get it behind us. And I don't know if that helps.
Well, just the 1.5 million, that isn't that due to their free water? I don't think it's the southeast transmission line.
Yeah, it's not.
Just explain that maybe everybody in the term.
So that line, I don't know if you want to do it, I can take it.
Either way,
Is
how we get water to this.
the line that comes from the southeast water plant comes down Highway 3. And it was originally, and we had funding for it of about $1.4 million. It is now coming in at like a little over $3 million. And so we had to find a way to pay that, because we are kind of one of we are owners in that plan. We're minority owners, so we don't dictate what gets done, they dictate what that is, and they dictated to us that that line replacement's gonna be over $3 million, and we have to pay for it. And that is the main line coming into to us for water.
And we don't have a choice on that, we have to pay Clear Creek Water.
If we want to.
If we want to, we want to be better than, if there's a question of why are we spending this a lot, some of this, we are choosing to do so because obviously we don't want all these water breaks and we want to have that infrastructure, but the Clear Creek Water Authority is due the 1.5 million, we don't have a choice, we have to pay it.
I would say this is the agreement that was done, as you mentioned, Paul, I remember that agreement, that was back on council back then, has been one of the best things for the city, just in cost of water relative to anybody around. It has been a fabulous agreement. We have generally 15 to 20% excess water, which most people are in that position. And by fixing these things, it makes sure we don't have to go on, water conservation like others. Not to say we don't want to if we wanted to, but we don't have to. From that standpoint, if we really get that done, it'll be quite, at least to me, it'll be a personal achievement that we've been able to get this done in pretty much record time and give Paul and staff the funds necessary to just get it behind us and turn the page and have your guys working on things other than digging holes and putting repair straps on things in god awful weather conditions, whether it's cold or hot. Better use of people.
So for me, if we have to do a repair, it's costly. People are without water. It takes 12 hours, there's no water to that house, there's no sewer to that house. So those two things in combination, the cost of repairs versus the cost of reeling new pipe, makes sense. But also the inconvenience of our homeowners. You're on one of those streets where you can be without water for 24 hours. That's a difficult place to be in. So I think we move forward, we save money by not doing expensive repairs that just are gonna be a Band-Aid. So I really appreciate getting things done for a city that is 60 years old. And it shows in some places, especially in our infrastructure. So I think we're smart.
One more thing.
Absolutely.
When we have a water break, that is no firefighter protection.
Correct.
That's huge. No fire protection.
Second to that though, is not only we're talking about the replacement of the lines and that, but that water pressure and the cost of maintenance. And the cost of the clamps, all the pieces that you go and get the brakes on, that's exponentially increased with the rate of inflation as much as a fire truck. And if I recall correctly, being able to access those pieces of equipment is becoming much harder for y'all. So that would actually put us in a better situation of front loading versus running long and having to have a payment of more amount of money over a longer period of time.
Yes, sir.
We still open.
It's a public hearing.
Yep. So question, what year did we buy into being a minority owner? What did that cost
It
us?
was 2001.
What did it cost us? And is that a good thing? And is that, how is that even possible? Right, to buy, I've never heard of that,
Well,
but
in the construction of the plant, we had to agree that we would consume and get charged for 18% of the output, if I remember the number. But you maybe, don't hold me that was pretty daggone close. And that allowed them to be able to do the bonds necessary to build the plant, if I remember the construct back at that time. So it facilitated the construction of the facility, and we were a major portion of that, and we have been saving ever since. So
what year was that? And what did that?
I believe it's I'd have to look back and when.
Approximately.
So 22 years ago, my memory reason I was gonna say, but it was 2000, 2001, if I remember.
And what did it cost us approximately? to
I
buy
have
it?
to go back and look at that. I can't.
But
I mean,
we received no benefit from it,
When
even though we're
when I-
minority owner. We
When I
had no
thought,
benefit.
what I thought the construct was, is that at the time, we had to commit to the takeoff there, and that revenues from that take allowed them to finance the capital necessary, so they took out bonds, and our revenue was pledged against that. So I don't believe we had to put up a upfront charge, like $10 million or whatever it was to fund that. I believe that was done on debt, side, but I have to confirm that back.
That's right, I think that that was also tied to the price per water that we got ourselves into.
That's correct.
And that's the benefit of what the citizens have been having for all this time. Is the cost of water for our municipality, for us, if you look at the surrounding areas, we are at the lowest.
So what other cities besides Nassau Bay are minority owners?
Oh, there's several.
There's
several.
19, there's 19 villages.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's a large scale. And again, I'll go back, I'll confirm this for you, Pete, but I believe we agreed to contractually consume our quantity for 10 years. That allowed them to take out 10-year bonds as well as everybody else who did that, so that they could construct the facility. Yeah, it was a take or pay, if I remember. And that way, we didn't have to come up with a capital, but that's 22, 23 years ago. Yeah, so.
And so how's that
And
different?
then, but just add on, what it was also was contractually obligated us to pay for and maintain the exclusive water sources and pipeline, like the one on Highway 3. That is our obligation, because that is exclusively for our use into our header, and we are responsible.
So last question, so how's this different than a mud district?
I believe the mud district itself, and Counselor helped me here, but what I remember, because when I first moved to Houston, we were up on the northwest side beforehand, and we created a mud district because they had to pay for it. It was undeveloped. They were usually undeveloped areas, so you had to be able to have the district in order to collect the revenues to build out for that, versus ours, which were all built, we're just getting the water source in the pipe, not the pipe itself.
Yeah, I'm familiar with mud. 25 years ago, when I lived in Brittany Bay in League City, we were part of a mud district, so I was very familiar with that. But then coming in 23 years ago to Nassau Bay and our system here, over the years, I've heard, we're a minority owner, et cetera, and that's, a good thing, but I never saw any benefit, never saw anything that really explained in detail what this is. And I've asked for this for over the years, but no one's ever provided it. But this is good conversation.
It is, I mean, I get it.
And that was my first question. What do we get from one? And God explained, so I see where your thinking is, and I understand it. It's a great question. And it appears that we're getting our fair share of this, and we're obligated. So we're trying to work both sides.
Counselor, if I can, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but with the mud districts also, they set their rate and they collect that fee. We, as a city, we collect it for our citizens. That's right. So there's a big difference in that, because with that, you would have if we were made a mud district here, you would have a secondary bill that would be solely for that purpose, and you would be charged that. And there is a water bill, but it's tied to city utilities.
Those charges are usually very high, because like I said, like up at Copperfield, where I lived before we moved to Nassau Bay, was only about 20,000 people live there. There's like 100,000 people there now, and a lot of that piping and underground work hadn't been done, so you had to kind of have a high rate in order to be able to have the funds necessary to complete that. So I know that's not our situation. So, but but again, I think, you know, this council and the will of the council was, I believe, we thought that the residential property owners and the property taxes that they pay, pretty much starting last budget cycle, had been more of a burden than it should have been, which is why we moved it to the water and sewer and collected it off of the people who were the big consumers driving the repairs that you see we're doing. And we aligned the people and the costs associated with the people and their pay structure in order to report. So that's what we did in a nutshell. Okay. Any other questions? This is a public hearing. This is Glenn.
Did I understand that we had a rating of 86 at one time and it's dropped down to 80?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
What created the change, the drop?
The ladder truck and also water pressure.
No ladder truck. and
Those two items?
That's 90% of it, Tom.
Yeah, well, it's probably, we lost about 6 points, so I think it's right half and half. Both things cost.
Yeah, but between the two of them, it's 90% of the deterioration.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Tom, you also said that the lack of ladder truck, we went from a 4.3 to a point.
I think it was like 0.9.
So yeah. About 4.6.
And to be clear, that was like Tom alluded to earlier, a change in how they did the rating. We got more credit last time we were rated for having a mutual aid ladder. At this time, they really didn't even recognize that.
But yeah, Glenn, just to be very clear, it's those two items, and we're addressing both those items. in this
That's a hard
budget.
hit.
Pardon me?
That's a hard hit.
It is,
It is.
it is.
Can you just address, or maybe it's Chief Tom George seems to know on water pressure? So my understanding is, so we've got a problem with water pressure. We've always had a problem with water pressure, but it depends where you live in Nassau Bay. Can somebody address that point and explain to us why that is and how that works and what's happening now? I know we're going to a bigger pipe that's supposed to improve water pressure, but again, is that for just parts of Nassau Bay? Where do we have problems? Where are we strong?
So the center part, so right behind, right at the water plant, we see our highest pressure through there. And then as it comes down toward the west side of town from about Methodist Boulevard down toward Baycrest, it starts decreasing. Because we only have a couple big headers that come down Nassau Road 1. So with the improvement of the Nassau Road line going from an 8 to a 10, and then we're adding a couple more, that's gonna increase all the water pressure on the west side of town. When they came for the ISO rating, they were in a drought and they started flowing right dead when we wish they would have, done that. But to help out, we also are going to install another bigger booster pump at the water plant. And we just are wrapping that up. We should see that within the next couple of months. So if we would have if they would have came at the end of the year, we probably done a little bit better, but we were in a drought. We had all the brakes going at the same time. And it's just, and there's probably broken valves in the system that haven't been identified. So an 8-inch line, if it's broken, at 20%, that may be down to 65.
And
So
Glenn,
maybe-
coming back, not only are we doing those header systems to allow more water in the system in a ladder truck, if we can get the other 4 miles of brakes so that we don't lose pressure with brakes, just because those concrete pipes are already broken, people. I mean, they just become a geyser when the break is so big that it just punches through the thing. There's water flowing through those brakes as we speak, because they haven't gotten over the weight of the dirt.
Much more additional to that is that the multiple different construct of those pipes that you're dealing with, because they have not been modernized. You're dealing with the older pipes.
Cast
iron pipes that were circa 1960.
Yes.
And so that's also impeding the ability for us to actually get the pressure that we want. By upgrading the system, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, 95% or 90% full, about with this investment.
Yeah.
It gets us almost to the complete, where we're 10% short maybe, but I think
Those are the
crucial. Yeah, this would get us to a full renewed water system for the city, which we haven't seen in how many years?
Hey, Paul,
30 years.
are we still at about 10% leakage, you know, that we're losing water runoff? Is that the number you get?
I'm right about, I think we're at 13%, I think, yeah. 10% is a good,
So-
if you're at 10%, it's really good. When I,
So what's that break down to each day? Put that in numbers that we understand or can relate to. How many gallons are we losing a day?
probably about, 20,000-30,000 gallons that we don't know, but it could be contractors open up fire hydrants, it could be flushing, our guys flushing. We're allowed that. When I came here, we were at, I think, 43% loss.
Yeah, correct.
So now we're at 10%.
Or 13, whatever.
Yeah, and so.
But back then, we were at 700,000 gallons a day. Now we're at 1.5 million gallons a day, correct?
Yes, during the winter, we're about 800,000 gallons, and right now we're averaging about 1.2. And on the southeast transmission line, we worked on that line 35 years ago. That's a high pressure Hanson pipeline. They put out probably 220 million gallons a day through that line. And it's probably about 130 pounds of pressure. So this line back 35 years ago on a repair would cost 30 grand. If it blew underneath Center Creek, that was $1 million back 35 years ago. And so we've been operating on that same old line, you know, ever since I started.
The other part of this too, Paul, we've had the increase, so with Methodist and the build out, what they've done already. Think about the increase in usage that we've had over the city from that for 35 years. So we've been running pretty much on circa 1970 pipes for all this time until the former council came up and did the adjustment. Put the rates in, we saw the benefit of that. We still have more buildings that are coming online, like Moody and those, so we'll see the usage, of course, go up. But with that, the beauty of it is it's not the resident on the water side. He does that by the valve that you have at your home. Some homes do have larger ones, but those are ones that are high water users. They're not very many.
Bob, you raised your hand.
I was just gonna say, no matter what, if we don't get a ladder truck, we're always gonna be real close. So
Yeah, that's, I
It's
mean,
another
it's,
decision.
at the end of the day, that's where we came to, which is why I wanted to point this
Do
out.
everything we can, but we're still gonna be real close to that.
We are.
level, and once it drops, then we're done.
Then we're done.
And every other city is gonna be using their ladder truck. They're not gonna share it with us first.
Yeah.
They're gonna use it first. And when you look around Nassau Bay, that's dangerous
Yeah.
because we certainly do use them.
The criticality of this is that with these other municipalities and their growth, we're constrained because we're 1.745 square miles. But we're having some growth in at least the corridor with Methodist and those buildings that they'll be putting up in the future. And the ones they have now, and that's probably the one how homes have been raised. So if we're not able to service those homes and we're calling in for mutual aid and they're not able to show up, that loss is exponential to the residents.
And I would say this is the amount of money of increased insurance is more than the tax increase dollars that we're asking for all the citizens. By a lot, let alone it's not gonna get any cheaper to put a ladder truck together. Inflation is just, and supply chain is just terrible. Glenn, you had your hand
I
up?
was just gonna say, the ladder truck allows you to get to the high floors of the building.
Right, yeah, that's right, correct. All of the above. I mean, my understanding, we've done, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, somewhere around 70 homes that have been lifted.
Yeah.
So that burden, and I believe from what I've talked with the volunteer fire department, from a personnel safety, fireman safety, citizen safety, it's really those structures which cause a great amount of concern because, you know, some of the taller buildings have headers that you can tie into. There's other things that help them be able to fight it, whereas a single standing home has none of those things. So that ladder truck and that height becomes critical. And, to me, we're not gonna, I know, I'm pleased to announce that on the grants, we got another 19 homes that are gonna go out.
Yeah.
So that number is gonna go 70 to 90, so, it's only gonna get worse. And it's time we bellied up, so we created a capitalization plan in order to do it, and it means we need about $300,000 in property tax revenue for the next 3 years, and then we think we can take care of it, and then it'll be done.
And we're lucky that we have a company that is willing to say, give us your purchase order, we'll start to build it, and we won't charge you. Most people say, give me your purchase order and give me your money,
I'll tell you.
and we'll talk about it later. But the company is willing to allow us to give them the purchase order, take 3 to 5 years to build, and we have a guaranteed rate. It's not gonna go up another 500 on the price of the.
I would like to just remind everybody and Rod, Matt, Tom, if you could, the condominium farm we had in Bell Harbor, that's 3 stories, correct? And, okay, so they, thank you. Yeah, that's it. And if I recall correctly, how many alarms was that? I want to say.
Like 15, I think, or, I mean, 15, cities and they came from the ship channel.
Yeah, so.
It was unbelievable. I lived down the street from there.
So if you look at that and the time of response, and then I'm gonna bring up another situation that I witnessed, which was a kitchen fire down on Baycrest, where I think that there was minimal damage and the crew showed up, and that was just a month or two ago. And I have to say that the response time in Nassau Bay exponential is fantastic. For relying on these other municipalities, then you're gonna have multi alarms. And that in itself of them not being able to come, it's a challenge, I think.
I'm gonna say, about 10 years ago, we had a rating of 5 and got it reduced to a 2.
Yep, correct, in 2013.
And it was like a 25% differential in our homeowners insurance.
Yeah, it was real money. And, the other thing too is this strategy of doing it out of our water rates means we don't have to worry about what's happening in Austin. Second is, it's also one that was confirmed that we can actually do flood mitigation out of this fund. We've been doing it mostly out of the general fund. So when you start talking about wanting to do some real flood mitigation, we're gonna probably have a $6 million kitty to really big job some things, and we'll finally have money to just fix our flooding in our roads, so. Any other questions, anything on the, this is still a public hearing, so I have it open. I take it from a standpoint that I haven't heard anybody say we don't need a ladder truck.
That's no brainer.
It's a no-brainer. That gives you the information you need to make sure, because that's how I think it's gonna go as we hear it. I appreciate everybody giving the feedback, and we really want it to be transparent and upfront as to what we're doing. Okay, then I'm gonna close the public hearing. It is 8:45. And we'll move on with the agenda, which is the 9.2, and then thank you, everybody. Those comments were extremely helpful, extremely helpful. Discussion and action, ordinance number 2023-909-11, adopting the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget and appropriated the several sums to the departments. First and only reading, and I'm going to remind the council members, just showing showing of hands does not suffice. I have to hear specifically a recording of aye or nay.
Mr. Mayor, if I have this, I would like to motion that we approve the ordinance number 2023-09-11, adopting the FY 2023-24 budget and appropriated the several sums of the departments
Second, moved by James, second by Chase. Any further discussion? Then I'm just gonna call for the vote. I'm gonna do a roll call and we'll start low. I always go lower to higher. So Paula, I hate to tell you,
I'm first.
you're first.
I agree. Yep. Yay.
Lucy?
Aye.
Chase? Aye. James? Aye. Sarah?
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
Me? Aye. It passes 7-0. Well done. Item number 9.3, receive tax year 2023 truth and taxation items, specifically 9.3A. And I'm assuming I can do all these together, and I'm going to. Certified 2023 anticipated collection rate, debt tax collected in excess for preceding year, and total amount of refunds for preceding year. 9.3B, certified 2023 taxable values. 9.3C, which is 2023 no new revenue and voter approval tax rates. Do I hear a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we receive for the tax year 2023 truth and taxation items, including certified 2023 anticipated collection rate, that debt tax collected in excess for the preceding year, and total amount of refunds for preceding year. The certified 2023 taxable values, as well as the 2023 no new revenue and voter approval tax rates.
I second, Mayor. So moved by Lucy, seconded by James. I'm hearing that our counselor wants me to continue to do a record vote, so I'm gonna do a roll call again. Paula, you're up.
Aye. Yep.
Lucy?
Aye.
Chase?
Aye.
James? Aye. Sarah?
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
Aye, passes 7-0. 9.4, discussion and action on proposed tax rate for fiscal year 2023, 2024, and take a record vote and schedule a public hearing on the, we've already done that, so I'm just gonna say.
No, you have to, vote on that as well.
No, I don't have to take a vote, but I don't have to schedule a public hearing.
Yes, you.
If you like.
Okay, then I stand corrected. So we're gonna do a discussion and action on the proposed tax rate for fiscal year 2023, 2024. And I am opening the public hearing on the proposed tax rate. It is.
This is just to vote on the proposed rate and set the public date.
Proposed rate, just like you said, and then you also schedule.
So that's for September 25th. That's correct.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to motion that, we basically, approve the proposed tax rate for FY 2023-24. And, of course, take that recorded and have that meeting on September 25th. As we do the special meeting.
Don't you want to say what the rate is?
Post tax rate.
Yes, you have to mention the tax rate.
What the rate is?
Yeah, sorry, the tax rate, which was.
It's right there under action desire. If you look at the agenda sheet, under action desired, recommendation, Michael Chan, vote on the proposed tax rate of 0.656603.
Yeah, so, that's what you're voting. Thank you. So let me amend that. I would like to, I'd like to approve the proposed tax rate for FY 23-24. And, with that, the rate of, 0.656603.
That is correct.
And schedule a public hearing, which would be scheduled for the 25th of September, a special meeting.
Yeah.
At 6 p.m. Yep.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
All of each of the shell.
Okay, go ahead, Paula.
Right. But I'm gonna call for the vote, and I'm gonna use a recorded vote. Again, I need a roll call. Paula?
Aye.
Lucy?
Aye.
Chase? Aye. James? Aye. Sarah?
Aye.
Michelle?
Aye.
Aye. That was a critical one. Yep, discussion and action, ratify the property tax increase reflected in the budget, property tax increase reflected in the budget for maintenance and operations to fund the fire and ladder truck. I'm gonna need to do another roll call here.
I'd like to make a motion. Can I make one motion?
I would like to second this one because I want to make sure the fire truck gets done.
I'd like to make a motion to ratify the property tax increase reflected in the budget. The property tax increase reflected in the budget for maintenance and operations is to fund the fire ladder truck.
And I think you need to.
And it's 656603, the proposed tax rate.
I believe that's correct. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Paula, that's the right tax rate, just to make sure, the 0.65 for 9.5.
0.65.
Yeah, that's what she said. Correct, it is. That's correct. So I need any other comments? Then I'm gonna call a roll call again. This is the last one, guys. So Paula,
Aye.
Lucy,
Aye.
Chase, James, Sarah,
Aye.
Shell.
Aye.
Aye. That's really great. That passes 7-0. So next is the discussion and action, the ordinance number 2023-09-11-A, amending chapter 20 utilities and services, establishing water and sewer rates. This is just the first reading.
Mayor, if I may ask, if you would consider deviating to agenda item 9.12, discuss an update on the grants. Because we have a gentleman on Zoom and we have a gentleman here from FEMA, right?
Okay, then we switch.
If council so.
So you'd
desires,
like me to take that out of order?
Yes, please, you could deviate down to that item.
Yeah,
and let
so
these individuals-
I don't have a problem with that at all. In fact, I had known I would have done that, so that's actually right. So 9.12, discussion and update on grants.
I have, Michael with, the public management. He's the project manager. He's the one that has been looking out for grants for us. And so he's gonna just do a little explanation about where we are on that. Michael, if you don't mind. Yes, yes.
Please.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Michael Goode with Public Management. We exist to build vibrant, sustainable communities and work with a lot of cities and counties across the state to help planning and mapping needs. On top of that, we help a lot of grant administration services. I'm in our Houston office. I'm a project manager. And so we work with a lot of communities in the region to help them find grant opportunities, manage a lot of compliance that comes with that. The city of Nassau Bay is a particular situation for a lot of the funding opportunities that we work with. Our money comes from HUD, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, for community development projects, disaster recovery. We do a lot of projects through the Texas Department of Agriculture, General Land Office, U.S. Department, Economic Development Administration, a lot of different agencies, Parks and Wildlife Department. But the real core of what we're helping communities with is CDBG funding that comes from HUD, passed through the state, and there's a popped-in, not to get too in the weeds, but Paul and I have talked a little bit about kind of what's out there for the city to go after, and go under the need for the grants have been brought up a couple of times. Part of this is just to kind of share our insight for what's going on in the region, the state, and maybe what a role for a firm like us, or maybe other grant consultants might be able to help with the city. One of the things that y'all really, I don't want to say suffer, but so y'all are located within Harris County. Harris County gets $21-ish million from the federal government. Y'all might kind of know where I'm going. You have the option of you participating in that $21 million, or you can opt out and participate in the state CDBG funding. That's a competition through the Texas Department of Agriculture. As long as you're competing inside of the Harris County's pool fund, which might be in the city's best interest, you're unable to participate in the state's community development competition. If you opt out, realistic opportunity for you all to receive about $500,000 to $1 million for water, sewer, drainage, grant opportunities competing against other jurisdictions within the HGAC region. So that's one thing we've talked about. I just want to make sure that that was brought up today. Like I said, we work with a lot of communities in this Southeast Texas, Greater Houston, Galveston area.
Are you suggesting we should do one or the other?
Not necessarily, it kind of depends on the timing for that. It's ultimately up to the city about whether or not you feel like you can get more money from Harris County in their program, or if you can get, I don't know what those historical numbers are, or if you can opt out and get into the state's program. It might be too late to opt out of the county's program at this time, but on future cycles, if those opportunities pop up, it's something that as a council, you all are able to discuss and decide if that's in your best interest.
Let me be clear, because one of the things we've always struggled with is what is the best strategy we should take relative to receiving grant funds? And we've been, other than, and I see Jeff Ward on here, other than the FEMA side, where we have those grants that's go to actually lifting the house, we've had limited, not no, but we've had limited success, whether it is to try to fund a fire truck, whether it's water and sewer, whether it's from the flood district or things along that line. We've had very limited success, which I wanted to kind of hear from you, if you like, were to critically, assess how we've taken the approach and how we can do better. I'd love to hear that and what we need to do in order to enhance, because we've been kind of struggling getting grants. That's okay.
Yeah. I would say there is, so our firm we have a very particular set of grants that we like to go out and help communities with. There are so many, I mean, you can go to grants.gov from the federal government. It gets so overwhelming so very quickly for communities to go out there. There's constant things in the news about federal money being dispersed out of states. There are all these thousands of different programs. And so we, at our firm, there are a lot of other firms, I think, that help communities with grant funding opportunities. We have our own little niche that we like to take care of and really provide the best service possible. And so that's where, we'd be happy to sit down with staff at a later date and kind of talk through some of those strategies, learn a little bit more about what you'll have been trying to pursue, maybe what you've pursued that hasn't been successful. And if there's a way where some of those opportunities fall within our little area, that we can help lend our expertise to get y'all some more money. One of those pieces is that discussion about, should we be opting into the county's program or should we be going out to the state? There's a little bit more security in going with Harris County, just because you're not submitting an application to the state's program through the Texas Department of Agriculture, competing through a very, very competitive program. So, it's kind of, once that time comes, is sitting down and having a conversation about, does it make more sense? What level of risk y'all are willing to take on for financing? Grants are also very slow, as I'm sure you're all aware. So we could be talking about some grants opportunities now that might not hit for a year, 2, 3 years later.
That from Phoenix.
Yeah, and so on our side, we don't do a lot of FEMA funding. There's also, our firms might come in and be able to help with some of the more complex, like CDBG funding. But there are a lot of grant opportunities, which is probably not what you want to hear, but it makes more sense for the city itself to go after, and maybe that's with local partners. Maybe that is some more grants.gov. A lot of communities have approached us in the past about, what type of contracts can we get where, a firm like us, public management, goes out and just looks for grants. We don't like getting into those type of agreements, because it just turns into like I said, you can go to grants.gov or just constant searching to find out one program that fits. And in the end, we found that, those type of models don't really fit the best interest of the community on top of, what we think our best use of our time and resources are. So that's where it comes to a balance of, should you be hiring a grant administration firm or, a consultant, or maybe does it make more sense to have somebody internally in the city that's able to leverage y'all's time and resources?
So when you look at, and I apologize, guys, chime in here too, but when you look at saying from what you think your firm can help us with, be more granular, be more specific, what are, when you look at us, what should you naturally say?
Yeah.
Yeah, what would you say we should be doing now?
Yeah, I think that would be more of a conversation with staff to see more what y'all are actually doing. I just haven't had enough conversations with staff to be able to understand the full.
Can I ask you a question? Sorry to interrupt. A couple of things we talked about in the budget meetings were the smart meters. I saw some grants online for that. Is that something that you guys do, to have smart meters for the water reading?
Yeah, and so that's, like I said, our real core program is going to the Texas Department of Agriculture, which y'all are not eligible for right now, or because you participate in Harris County, and we've done for many cities and cities across the state, got them upgraded meters.
So that is somewhat part of your expertise that you've worked on before, okay? But we can't do that until we get out of the, I didn't understand this.
I thought I did too. I believe,
No.
Sino,
You did.
sorry, but I can speak to this one thing I do know. Over the past 5 years, Harris County, I can say that we have not received anything from Harris County in being in a relationship with them. The last time we received something was $100,000, and that was to match the city where the pumps that went in, I think, Bill, when you were, it was ages ago.
So after we spoke with you about the I'm gonna say that we're wrong. CDBG, I'm sure for you.
No, you would.
Grants over the summer, stuff that we don't sell in the city. That based on that conversation, we thought, okay, it's best to opt out of Harris County, so that's what I believe. No, we didn't.
Not, no, shortly after I arrived here, I think a month. Actually, I think I sent you the minutes. You asked me about that too. But it was, approved to proceed with you as the liaison. Sorry, to give you this job, it was to proceed.
I would like to go back and take a look at that, because I do recall we did vote, and I believe that you were tasked with that. Lucy.
Yeah.
I recall specifically that Lucy was tasked with that, and I think there was a recommendation that came back too. I thought you presented.
We talked about it after the CDBG and then again with the Harris County.
But that was tied to the roads. That was tied to, I thought that was tied to the road. I don't think that was.
Okay, and there you go, circle back with you.
Yes, ma'am.
So that would be the critical path, is figuring out, did you opt into Harris County's program? Or did you?
But I mean, it sounds like for the things that we kind of had interest, you're saying you have expertise, but you do it on the state level, not the county level. So you're kind of recommending without saying it, you should maybe look at the state level.
Potentially. I mean, it depends on how much risk, like I said, you don't want to take on. It sounds like if you haven't been getting any money, then maybe it is worth more of a risk at trying to hop out of the county program into the state's program.
Yeah.
And
I
then
mean,
doing.
I'm gonna just emphasize what Councilman Abby said, is that I don't believe we've had anything over their last 15 years other than $100,000. Which has not been something we've done, other than the FEMA, sorry, Jeff,
What are the limits, sorry, Mayor, what are the limitations on hopping out and then hopping back in?
I'm not too particularly familiar with, we don't work with a lot of communities inside what's called an entitlement county. From my understanding, it is just getting with Harris County and working through their internal processes to opt out. Maybe it's not formal council adoption, but, to opt into the state's program, you'll need to confirm with the Texas Department of Agriculture that you're eligible by showing proof that you're not participating in the county's program.
So maybe we can put that on the next issue.
So can you so you haven't been working for Nassau Bay?
That's right.
We consulted with them once.
You consulted with them? Okay. And, what about private versus government grants? What's your percentage? Private grants and versus government?
What's your hit rate?
Your ability to,
What's your hit rate?
Hit rate, I mean, we'd have to be a little bit more specific.
Hit rate is the percentage of submissions you've done and been approved.
Yeah, so like I said, the kind of straying away from necessarily what we do. We work with these programs for the state agency. We probably get 80% of our grants funded through the state programs when those things are submitted. But that is not something that you'll need to worry about necessarily the application until, if you opted out, fall of 2024.
so explain to me, we've already lost our window to opt in or out. So we're in or we're out?
I know that you would have to check theirs.
We have to decide, we have to find out.
But it sounds like you potentially
Opted in. Okay, so now we're opted in and we can pursue entitlement county grants, right?
If you opt into the Harris County program, you can get money from Harris County, but you cannot get money from the state.
So it's an either or.
Yes.
And what about private?
I don't think that would preclude you from getting any private funding. That's something we would.
And do you do any private grant?
No.
Right, no, it's all government grant.
And then that's one of those ones like I alluded to earlier, where it makes a little bit more sense to have somebody internally on staff that maybe has some connections with private partners that can help you get that funding.
And does the company, your company, have any problems with multiple grant cooperative programs? Are you exclusive? Do you think if we decide to choose you, we have to choose only you? Can we opt in with multiple programs or?
So just to get a little bit into the weeds, it depends on what grant program that you're going after. A lot of them are fees, similar to maybe an engineering firm would be reimbursed through those grant funds.
Right.
A lot of these pools of money are federally funded, so for you to be able to do that, you have to procure a grant administration firm and an engineering firm specific to that individual program each individual time. So if y'all hired us for grant A and you liked us at grant A, you want to hire us for grant B, you have to solicit us for grant B as well. If you liked us again, you have to do it.
So let me chime in here. My view is that that gentleman right there is so busy who does a lot of the front end work. He doesn't have time to do it, so we're actually looking at how we can get the expertise so that somebody can tell us exactly, you know, project A, B, or C done in May, June, or July, or whatever. I'm making it up, obviously, so that we can then finally have a participation rate, hit rate, and begin to actually do things. Because I don't know, I saw you've seen he's doing 4 miles of linear feet of construction. He's doing 88 roads into the park. He's doing things there. So, you know, we need help here.
Mr. Mayor, if I can real quick, just, if I understand correctly, your expertise is in specific areas that these grants are focused on. You're specialized in certain categories of, let's say, wastewater. So if you want to do a grant for infrastructure, federal infrastructure dollars like that, we would be able to engage with your firm to submit in for federal dollars out of the I guess, infrastructure act or whatever it is, then we would be able to then submit through that versus through Harris County, right? If we wanted to.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I know we don't have someone actively, doing what you're talking about, searching for these grants, but we did talk about working with our engineering firm to have some kind of shelf projects when an opportunity does come up, we've got something started and ready to go. So that we're not trying to catch up with 3 months of back work before we get into it, so maybe we can talk about that a little bit more for some of these shelf projects that are get them to the grant ready instead of like when we talked with you, we were chasing the end of it in the 28-day window that was your work.
Yeah, it's a grant administration is just one of the services that and also communities with a lot of planning, mapping, and sitting down having those conversations. One thing that we try and avoid is getting in the contracts of, hey, just go out there and find us grants, because that's where, like I said, it's just hours and hours and hours on our end, when it really doesn't work out in the end for y'all, in terms of maybe the amount of hours that we go for. It's not reimbursable through grants, depending on how you procure us, and just the amount of grants that you might be getting. So
It would be a tenant to a situation where, somebody like, I want to say that Seabrook went in and got their wastewater treatment site done through federal dollars, with the support from our congressman, with that, and a grant that I can't remember how much they got for the Seabrook one, the new, that's.
Yeah, that's like $3 million.
Yeah, so that would be kind of testament to what you would then engage the city to do. I make a recommendation, having done grants before several times and having to do with, groups that you haven't dealt with. I think that it is actually behoove us to have a conversation workshop in regards to something like this, because we still have to identify whether we are opting in or opting out for 24.
I have the minutes.
Yeah.
I have the minutes, so.
Yeah.
So it was June 12th. City Council approved discussion action, City of Nassau Bay participation in the Harris County CDBG home and ESG program for fiscal years 2024 through 26 in the Harris County, I guess. And asked that Mayor Pro Tem Summer serve as the liaison. Councilmember Abbey, Councilmember Waterall, motion carried.
So we've opted in.
Does that go to minutes to 2026?
That would not preclude us.
I will call them because I've not seen the paperwork. This was actually started before Brad left. to put this on the agenda, so I would have to check. I don't know if there's an option to opt out. So I will. check that.
Just for point of clarity, I don't think that would preclude us from being able to go out and submit in a grant for federal dollars. That's more tied to state dollars, correct?
It's federal money that's sent to the Texas Department of Agriculture,
Right.
and it's the Texas Department of Agriculture's pool of money that would, you'll not be eligible for.
So that's specifically that smart meter program or is that separate?
No, this
You could get meters out of that. There might be other programs that you can get meters out of, but this one particular program.
So let me ask, because you mentioned on some things, if we engage you.
Okay.
So that sounds like a lawyer, like you put a retainer or something down. What does it take to engage your firm?
I mean, we probably need to sit down with staff and kind of talk about what the scope that the service might be.
I recommend that we do a scoping exercise in all honesty, because the smartest thing for us to look at, to utilize their talent for what they feel after what they kill and they eat, if you will. That is going to be specific to certain key areas where they're successful, correct me if I'm wrong on this. And so building up your strength and success of your group, it makes sense to do the scoping of what fits inside that box.
Yeah, it would probably be a sit down meeting with staff, maybe some members of council, just kind of hear more about what y'all's needs are, and then being able to tailor a proposal or something like that.
Let me just say here, okay, we have a fire, situation, ladder truck. We have a water situation and we have infrastructure. Those would be, in my mind, the three main things that we're working on. Okay, so we would identify with you those three things, and then what? I mean, I guess. I guess.
How does the rubber hit?
Yeah, where do we go from here? Once, have we missed the window for 24? Are we still in the window for 24 for those three issues in particular with your firm?
Yeah, so I mean, if y'all opted into that program, then it sounds like for that particular program, the Texas Department of Agriculture, y'all missed the window. I mean, there are other opportunities potentially. I know you'll have the COVID money from ARPA. I'm not sure how y'all allocated that. It sounds like
It's done.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, most places have, so, yeah, like I said, it would really, we have our grants that we work with, and if they fit into those, that's great. We love to work with y'all. If they don't, then, you know, it's just the opportunity isn't there.
So with you, we're looking at 25. 2025. That's right.
I think you're stuck in 2026 is what it sounded like.
So just for some clarity, just real quick, is that's for specifically the state and money that's from federal to state. If we want to go for federal dollars like we do with FEMA or such,
Yeah.
then it's a different order of magnitude. And so similar to that, we're able to go and apply directly. That's why we use the guys like Jeff and the like, so,
Or we have to go through Harris County.
right, and so, but with this, we're not fully obligated to go through that. So per what he was saying earlier, is that if there are opportunities out there that are in their wheelhouse, that are not constrained by what we're doing with Harris County, we can go after those. And we can utilize their skill set in those areas of success they have success.
I certainly believe there's probably a consensus here that says, please confirm whether or not those dates are hard and whether or not we can opt out and what is needed to do such. And then the last would be is I at some point we got to get to wherever it hits the pavement, whether it's a scoping workshop or whatever. But I would very much be interested, because I think we have very discrete projects that we know about. We do a good job of that. And, you know, like to see how we could get help.
Yeah.
And, you know,
And I would, if I can, usually, correct me if I'm wrong, I haven't gotten grants. You also have a network of people on the outside of the company that you also run the service with other grant writers. So there might be someone you could recommend if it's not your wheelhouse, correct?
Yeah, most likely. Like I said, the big piece is just sitting down and figuring out what you're interested in.
I think, Nathan, I think you see where we're going.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, all right. Anything else you can add? Anything else?
I'd like to thank, I appreciate it, and just as a public note, 2023 dollars that Harris County got, they were in a billion a year of tax dollars that came in Harris County. We thought they were good.
Yeah. We've missed the boat here for the past 10-15 years. Other than being caught that one.
Well, yeah, if an opportunity is right, we're happy to help with y'all. So we work with a lot of cities and counties in the region. So, now had some conversations with y'all. Y'all are certainly added to our network of communities that we're always looking out for. And if something pops up that's within our wheelhouse, definitely be sure to reach out to y'all.
Very well, thank you. Yeah, I see Jeff Ward on the line.
Yes, sir. I'm just gonna introduce him.
Yeah.
I'd like to introduce Jeff Ward, he's the project manager for the Elevation Grants.
You're muted and you got your video off, Jeff.
All right. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
All right, I'm turning my video on. I got a baseball cap on because I'm home, so bear with me.
It's all right.
I still look good though. All right. Jaime had asked me to give an update on past, ongoing, and potential future FEMA mitigation grants. That's my area of expertise. And I wanted to give a history in total of where we are and then break it down a bit. It won't take long. So we have affected, and I'll explain what I mean by that, 86 homes in Nassau Bay in total. We've gotten in federal funds a little over 26 million of FEMA funds for the acquisitions of the properties on Leeward. That was the buyout application and grant that was implemented. And then 80 home elevations. So the 80 home elevations, 42 of those were on grants from 2013 and 17, and those are complete. And then we have 2 grants ongoing right now for a total of 19 homes, and that is the 2018 and 19 grants, which are nearing completion. And then we were just informed that the application that we did for you guys for 2022 for 19 home elevations was selected for funding. And we also, in that same year, submitted an application to get money to study areas of Nassau Bay in the floodplain using FEMA grant funds, and that was selected and awarded. So that's what makes up that total federal funds of a little over 26 million. And that is what we've done with that money thus far, is elevated about 60 homes. We have about 10 more ongoing, and we have another grant for 19 more that has been approved for funding. Probably see that money in about a year.
Again, you say between 2013 and 2017, how many homes were elevated?
42.
42?
Yeah, now let me say that's not the years 2013 to 17, it's the funding cycle. So the 13 grant probably started in 15 or 16, but we've elevated 42 homes with money from the 2013 and 2017 funding years.
In 2018,
we have
another 18 homes.
Between 18 and 19, we had 2 grants going on at the same time. There's 19 homes.
So that says that's 60 homes.
And we have 19 that were just approved.
So that'd be 79 homes.
Correct. That's right.
And where did the 86 homes come from?
The buyouts of Leeward. So I also did that application implementation for the acquisition of the properties on Leeward.
Leeward wasn't
16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, and 28. Right? There's 7 structures there.
The structures. So where do you get 86?
That is a combination of the properties that we've elevated, that are pending elevation, awarded grants, and the buyouts. It may be 85, but I think it's 86.
Okay, so 79 plus 7 is 86.
Right.
That's, you follow that, Pete?
Yeah.
Just
Very
confused. Yep, I got it. All right, I'm with you now, Joe. You guys do great work, so I apologize for holding them to the specific.
Hey, Phil, can you ask Jeff just this way, Jeff?
how many homes have actually just been elevated in Nassau Bay? Going back all the years that you've been touching them?
That would be 53 at this point, 42 that are complete. I'd have to see if there's any in 19 or 18 that just finished like in the past week, but the 18 and 19 homes are ongoing, but many of those, that grant is complete. So the answer is 42 are definitely enclosed grants, and then another 11 in the current program are complete, and the remainder are almost complete. So it's very soon we will have done 60, 61 homes.
Yep, with 19 scheduled for 2022 plus the 7 on Cleveland.
Right, and there is another cycle like the one we just got the 19 homes and the study grant approved under. That'll should open in the next couple of weeks, due by the end of this year. And I'm not sure.
Each other.
Say it again, sir.
So explain that last one a little bit better.
So every year, the program that we got money for 13, 17, 18, 19, and 22 is opening up again probably next week or two. That same funding source, another $800 million available nationwide, a huge pot of money to do exactly what we've been doing in Nassau Bay. The question is, are there more eligible and interested homeowners above those completed, ongoing, and in the 19 application that was just approved?
I believe the answer is yes, but I don't know. You know better than I would from the submissions.
Well, the nice thing that FEMA has done is they make the criteria to be eligible easier each year, because they want to help communities be able to qualify homes that should have been, but weren't qualified for some kind of technical reason. So they expanded opportunities some. So every year we have properties that may not have made it next year that would this year.
Yeah, so my understanding is at least 6 homes that I'm aware of, but I mean, have we actually solicited for applications for 2023 yet?
We have not, and I think that's one of the reasons why Jaime wanted to bring up the upcoming application cycle. I think maybe meeting with Jaime and the staff that goes after these grants from the city perspective and myself would help kind of clarify what you guys want to do. But if the city has an appetite to continue to go after these grant funds, I think we collectively have proven we can get it.
This roads that's going to go out next week, just to say we're opening up and soliciting for people wanting potential elevation. I think I know it's 6 myself. So, but the people have to do it, not me.
Hey, Phil and Jeff, of the 19 homes that are gonna start on the next round, Jeff, what percentage how many are at 100%? How many are at 75?
More I don't have it in front of me. I can pull it up. I'm at my desk. Give me a sec. But more in the 75 than typical, because we've gotten rid of a lot of the, we've elevated a lot of the properties that were on the list that was eligible for 100%.
Yeah, I hate to think you got rid of them.
When I say got rid of them, we got them out of harm's way. All right, let me see if I can.
That you can use to study areas of floodplain. So we have solid plans for that for the 2022 money? Do we know what we're studying or looking at?
I was looking for that file. Were you asking me a question? I apologize.
I don't know what I'm asking, but you mentioned that part of the 2022 money had funds that were set aside to study areas of floodplain in the city?
Yes, ma'am. They're 2 separate grants.
Okay, so that's a separate grant, and where's that defined?
Where is that what?
So to get that grant, we had to say we had something specific we wanted to study, right? And then is that something we want to pursue further or to further study in 2023 grants?
Absolutely. So you asked a good question. First, that one was a little bit broad. The purpose of the study grants is to gather the data to submit an application in the following grant cycle to FEMA. So you get money as opposed to spending your own money to study an area and with the hope of being able to do an application later. What we did last year, which was interesting, is we asked FEMA for money to get elevations on every home in the floodplain, because that gives us what we need to do a better job of doing an application. But that same money, I could go on, we got $4.7 million of project scoping money, like the 165,000 that we helped Nassau Bay get. But we helped communities get about 4.7 million last year for project scoping. And we have communities doing full-blown H&H studies, master drainage plans of an entire community with these funds. So it is a really good way to get engineering funds to study an area, a known problem, but it has to be flood related. It's not a panacea for the other areas you were discussing with public management folks.
Yeah. Go ahead, Michelle.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, I don't know you that well, Jeff, but I was listening to a lot of things here, so I'm kind of new to this. But just so what I hear you say is that it's not just for the elevation of the homes. There's also some drainage issues that we could include in the scope of this, because there is some drainage we talked about, Phil, about that area behind where there was some flooding just because of drainage issues. It's not on the water where you would need to be elevated, but the drainage.
We actually submitted, we're granted it. What's the amount of funds, Jeff?
165,000.
And that's for all of Nassau Bay?
That's for shooting elevations of structures within the floodplain.
Structures.
Homes.
Elevations.
Oh, that's what I'm getting at, but so it's not storm sewer outlets or inlets.
No, it wasn't that kind of a study grant in our particular situation, but you could have asked for that. The objective is, if you have an area that you think there's a problem and a potential solution, like increasing your storm underground systems, you can get money to study that. And then you can put a grant together. Sorry, man.
You probably have not heard this before. We've restructured some of the means by which we get funding, based off water rates. And to me, we found that we were able to do flood remediation through that funding source. So we're going to be going long. So if there's any kind of matching funds, any type of things that we're there, we're going to be in a good position to do some of these projects. And if they can do the engineering work for us, we probably should get a meeting together with the infrastructure committee, because, if we had the engineering work done, we're talking about having $6 million by 2029 to be able to spend on any decent engineering project that would come out of an effort like this. And those are real numbers.
Yeah. So this wasn't meant to be a sales pitch by any means, so forgive me, but I want to give a little bit of statistics here. So you guys know me from helping you with elevations.
Right.
But I've gotten over $1 billion worth of FEMA grant funds for clients, and about 400 million of that money has been for drainage projects. So all over, including for Harris County flood control districts. And so about 25% of what I do is elevation work. About 25% of what I do is drainage related, and that balances acquisitions and demolitions of flood prone structures.
Would submit that we've done things on a little bit of a, constrained budgets. We really haven't had the funds to do what we need to do on drainage. There is a school of thought that for us to really do the next level of protection, we have to do a large job, which would be like completely dig up, Upper Bay Road and put in the piping and the pumping systems that would, quadruple the amount of water flow or something along that line.
Yeah.
And we don't have any engineering to be able to do that, and we didn't have the funds before, so we need to get together and talk.
Yeah, let me add one last piece if I could that I think you got, but just to be clear, what we're going for is just the money to study that, but the money to do that. So that is where that's the $400 million worth of money I've gotten for clients, is to implement those drainage projects. So that money's there.
We're on board, let's meet.
Yeah, we need to, let's get together. I'll call an infrastructure meeting for the specific reasons for this.
Yesterday.
Yeah, that sounds great, Joe.
All right. I appreciate you moving the agenda item up for me. I'm an hour off from you guys, so I know you'll be there a lot longer, and I sympathize for you guys.
I got a question for you. So, in addition to that, we'd also be able to get some match funding inside of some of those things based off the city infrastructure. So just, has anything considered with some match funding might be an opportunity to.
I think I heard the question, but let me say my area, and I don't want to punt, my area is in these FEMA grants. You can't match federal funds with federal funds, and FEMA grants are between 75 and 100% funded. You can match FEMA grants with state funds like CDBG that public management was speaking about. I don't know if you're asking if you had your own project going on, could you use FEMA funds to match it? If they are your own funds and it's otherwise qualified, you could.
Our funds to match.
Local funds to match the federal funds.
Big though, we want federal, that's bigger dollars than.
Yeah, we should. So.
Yeah.
And we'll take it without matching if we can get
But
it.
it sometimes it's having good to have some match with them, just as a.
Yep. Yes, so let's follow up, Jeff, let you and I, city manager, I think, Nathan, if you could help here, we need to coordinate a meeting with the infrastructure committee, because this is, this is good news.
Very good. Let me answer. I forgot. I had one question to answer on the percentage of structures in the 2022 grant. The average federal percentage on that grant is 87%. So it's not and then I could do the math, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of those homes are 75%, 2 are 90, and the balance are 100. So it's a pretty good mix. But average federal share is 87% on that grant.
So we have multiple issues. We're gonna continue with the elevation, we're gonna do the study, and we're gonna go after flood money.
Yeah.
Flood mitigation.
And maybe another elevation grant is what I'm hearing for 2023.
I think we need to vet that out. So-
Understood. And they may be two separate discussions. One, we could probably do with Jaime and myself and a couple of other folks, and the bigger one on drainage with your team, Mayor. That's my recommendation anyway.
I think that's right. Okay.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thanks again. Nice meeting everyone.
And the one last thing, hey, Jeff, thanks for what you've done in the past. It's made a material difference to the city.
Well, and I don't say this lightly. You guys have been a great client too, so thank you.
All right, thanks.
Take care.
All right.
I think that's a great idea to get the requests for potential homes in the newsletter.
It is. It really needs to be done. Yeah.
We can get it in the on the website too.
I'm on 9/6. Yeah. So, any last items, or that was just a discussion update, there's no action item. Then I'm gonna go back to the original schedule. We're at 9.6, discussion and action, ordinance number 2023-09-11-A. Amending chapter 20, utilities and services, establishing the water and sewer rates. This is the first reading.
That's correct. And to implement what we discussed earlier during the budget discussion, we'd like to increase the rates to service the 10-year CO, along to cover the increase in cost of water. So if we go to the page 11, I gave you this handout here. So on page 11, I included the impact on the customer and on the residential and commercial side. So it's the
What page?
page 11.
It's the one of the item number.
So the first, for example, for residential, so if there's average consumption of 5,000 gallons, they're looking, at the current rates is 60.43. If we increase the rates, it'll be 64.73, that's a 10% increase. That's $4.30 a month for an annualized total of $51.60 for a 5,000 average consumption.
So the next example, it'll just give you, consumption, average consumption for 10,000, 15, and 20. So you're looking at for, 10,000, you're looking at an annualized amount of $103, which is a monthly increase of $860. For 15,000 gallons, you're looking at an annualized amount of $154 for the resident. That's a $12.90, monthly increase. For 20,000 gallons a month, that's annualized of $206, a monthly increase of $17. And on the next slide, the next three examples, for residential for 25,000, you're looking at an annualized, increase of $258, which is a monthly increase of 21. The next two examples is the commercial. So for this commercial, it's a 49,000 average consumption, and they have a 1.5 inch meter. So their water base rate fee would increase from 25.20 to 27. Sewer base rate would stay the same. So their increase for the month would be $145, and then that's annualized of $1,700 for a commercial customer that consumes 49,000 gallons. Now, for a customer that consumes on average $898,000, this is for a 6-inch meter. Their water base rate would increase from 196 to 210. Sewer base rate would stay the same. We're looking at about a $2,600 monthly increase for an annualized increase of about $32,000. And that goes back to what you said, Mayor. Since the 6-inch meter, they would take most of the burden here. Yeah.
Right.
That's the impact to the customers of the proposed rates.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
So a homeowner, let's say a homeowner like myself, I use 10,000 gallons a month. Then this month I use 11,000. Am I then paying just the higher amount over the 10,000? Or is it, I think it's still open, isn't it?
No, actually it's not,
Oh, I
but
I'm just trying to call a little, sorry.
No, it's a good question. Can I finish it? You get my question?
so he wants to know how a 1,000 gallon increment would impact your water bill. As a resident with a 5/8 inch.
And is a resident that's using 5,000 increasing, are the percentage increases the same? Or is it higher? And that
Here it
doesn't
is,
seem right.
here it is, right here.
So right here, so for the first 5,000 gallons, you would be charged at $380. And then from the 5,000 to 10, you would be charged at $430. And then if you had 11,000, that would kick you in to $530 for that 1,000 gallons.
So why are we penalizing a resident for using water? Why are we charging them more?
To do what? What is it?
Well, why am I paying more just because I'm using more gallons?
Yeah, correct. So the more you use, the more we have as a maintenance.
It should be the same percentage. I shouldn't, it's like, you go gas your car up at Buc-ee's, you don't pay more for using 10 gallons, 25 gallons, 50. Here I'm getting charged more just for using more gallons. I don't mind paying for the gallons, but I should be paying the same rate. Why are we charging people more? That's ridiculous.
No, we're actually charging more for the amount in order to be able to fix the stuff there. The more you have, and if I remember here, these rates were pretty well established before.
Yes.
And they,
Yeah, these are the rates that were adopted last year, but all we're doing is, moving forward, the FY25 rates to.
but the residential ones in that time frame were locked.
So I think what the mayor is saying is that the bands of 0 to 5,000, 5 to 10,000, we've always had those.
Yes, we've always had it, yeah, always had it here. On the
Been that way ever since.
Just to, I'm guessing is to discourage large amounts of water use and keep within our water allocation from the water plant.
So we don't have to have a mud district and get charged for much more than you would based off of this.
Yeah.
Can you, the average home, say 3,000 square foot home in Nestle Bay, where do they fall? In the, 10,000?
15,000.
15?
Yeah.
10,
Yeah.
15?
And varies, some people have different irrigation patterns, it just varies. But I would say, like, Ron said, about 10,000, and then 5 to 10,000 range.
Okay,
Yeah, 5 to 10,000, you know.
$4 more a month. Higher.
I mean, if I can ask you a question, quick, just for clarity too, and everybody know, this was done on a rate study that was done in 2021, I believe. And presented, no, it's done in 2021 and presented in 2022 to us on council. So this has been done, and we actually, this is part of how and why we rejigged this so that it didn't impact as much as it, as Bill, the mayor mentioned, in relationship to us subsidizing the large businesses.
Yeah.
In relation to this. So as.
So 90% of residents are the 5/8 meter,
Correct, that's correct.
and those rates have not changed.
That's correct. We did not change the base rate fee.
Correct.
But we still have large, if you have a larger home in Nassau Bay, you're subsidizing the smaller homes. From a commercial, from.
That's always been the kind of the policy, that's correct.
I know that always been, I'm saying, we got new council, we got fresh faces.
No, correct,
We got
correct.
talent.
Where we did things were to really, not really change the residential side of things. We went for when you look at the broad portion of the increased rates prior, we went to the commercial sector. And we kind of left this alone on the residential because we didn't want to, we thought the revenues necessary to do the capital projects should be done on the commercial sector, and we gave a buy on residential.
That's very much.
So you haven't seen that much.
Yeah, just point of clarity, I think that what's important here is that when that rate study was done for the city, it was presented that the burden sat on the residents.
Correct.
And not on the businesses. We actually asked that consultant to go back and reassess that with putting that onto the large users and not having to raise the lower rates for the residents.
What I hear, because I gotta keep this out of a public hearing, but if I take you, the only thing he's saying is, can you further look at maybe providing a equal rate for residential regardless of the amount used and the other there, but that would take a rate study to do. We'll take that into consideration.
Because right now it's discriminatory.
I gotta halt you, Pete, right? But, you know, to me, the change to the rates that we've done has been on the commercial side, not on the residential side. So this is pre-existing, but I hear you. So we can look at that. I would suggest in this later, we'll look at it next year.
Or next time we do a water study.
Next time, but I mean, it's a valid point. It's a valid point. Okay, so, well,
Councilwoman Desires.
I'd like to make a motion.
yes,
I move that we approve an ordinance amending the code of ordinances that cover county utilities and services.
yes, for the first reading. This is just a first reading, yeah.
And I can read what the 2023, oh, that's the.
Yeah, no,
ordinance.
that's,
Yeah.
as presented.
As presented.
Do I hear a second? Second by Paula. This is just the first reading. This will change. All those in favor? Passes 7-0. 9.7, which is discussion action of appointment to the Nassau Bay Economic Development Committee. Let me take this one. There's potentially two pieces to this. In the election that took place, the requirement by the bylaws of the EDC states that we need to have 4 members of the city council on the EDC. With Don Matter having not run, he was the 4th seat. So at a minimum, we need to elevate a council member here, which from the discussions I've heard, I'd like to raise Chase Waterwall as that individual. Second, in the activity, we had, I believe, an individual, a citizen, I believe, Collins Cease,
Yeah.
was moved to San Antonio, I believe, or Austin. He moved out and he resigned. And you know, in my mind, I would like to see Don Matter stay on as the Economic Development Corporation. As I mentioned in the prologue, we're going to be actively moving after the waterfront area along you know, Upper Bay Road and Space Park. The properties along the lines of Sapphire Bay House, Professional Building, Lockheed, and the empty property. And attempt to do the same thing that we did, as I mentioned here. There's only 4 individuals that I know of that are around that participated in that. Don Matter was one. He was the actual mayor at the time. I was involved. John Kennedy was involved, and Roscoe Lee was involved. And in my mind, I really want to get as many people from that group involved in this effort, because if I look at it, there's about $8 million of property value currently, and I see no reason why, if not developed properly, that's going to go upscale. It's going to be, to me, northwards, even up to $500 million. And I want people who are educated, who did it before. So I'm hoping all 4 of those individuals, but tonight I'd like to see Don Matter stay in that seat if that's the will of council.
I think that's a great plan. I like how you identified before, yourself, Don Matter, John Kennedy, and Roscoe Lee. For John Kennedy and Roscoe Lee, is there a way for them to be engaged even if they're not actively on the roster?
Yeah, so not on the EDC. Right now, that's, when you look at it, I believe the only people of experience on the EDC are myself and Cindy Louise. Even though I know others have been on for a year and have been very good at what they do. It's but my mind is if I remember back at that time, there's going to be a citizens committee that's going to be created in order to be able to push forward. And I believe that those individuals will need to be on that for us to be successful.
Okay, so that was what 2 of the 4 previous success makers onto the EDC and.
Correct. And what you may see is on that citizens committee, you may see 2 people from the EDC, you may see 2 people from the management district. You may see 2 people like John.
Okay, so
Roscoe.
it could be
Just
people, or it could also be.
Correct, but there was a group that was there and they were tapped for their technical expert. Sue Darty will probably be part of that, but there was a citizens group that did that in order to make sure we took the information could present going forward.
Does the citizens committee have a number of people that we would be selecting?
I'd have to go back, but I mean, I think it's up to council as to how many people they want on that.
Clearly, we're just identifying like 2 to 7 people.
So, Mr. Mayor, what I'm hearing from you, and correct me if I'm wrong with this, is that there's quite a bit of institutional knowledge and history behind that in regards to what we were able to accomplish with Griffin and what we did there.
Correct.
That knowledge that we still have in the city is critical for us to be able to do what we.
I want to tap every bit of it.
Right,
Correct.
right. And so, you know, okay, thank you.
Yeah, I agree with that too. Also, I think with all of Don's knowledge, it's really critical to have them on the EDC because of his history and infrastructure and everything else that he knows with that TERS and everything. I think he would be great, yes. And Chase, excellent choice.
Okay, and congrats, Chase. Go get them. My comment is going to be regarding Mr. Matter. Number one, it's a citizen position, okay? So typically on these committees, you're seeking out applications for citizens to apply, right? And you're like, hey, everybody apply, and we're trying to fill a spot with citizens. That's fine, Don Matter's a citizen, I understand that. The problem with this particular situation is that the bylaws of the EDC, which are included in our packet, state under 4.02, number, qualifications, and tenure of directors. A director may be removed by the city council at any time without cause. Each director shall be a resident of the city of Apple Bay. The mayor, 3 members of council should be members of the Economic Development Corporation. The remaining 3 directors shall be persons who are not employees, agents, paid or non-paid appointed officers, or members of the city council, okay, or any city committee, board, or commission, except the planning commission. Okay, so Mr. Matter, from what I understand, is currently on the hold on,
He's on the infrastructure.
right, he's on 2 different, he's on FERS and the infrastructure committee. So he's on 2 other committees, so that would be in violation of the EDC's own bylaws. Unless he chose.
But is he a director? I mean, isn't the director supposed to be those 4 positions, president, treasurer, secretary, and whatnot? I mean, is Don a director? Or is he just a member?
Well, he would be, so let me, I hear where you're going, Sarah. The remaining 3 directors are on the EDC. There are 4 directors that would be, city council people, 3 directors would be, citizens that are not employees, agents, paid or non-paid, appointed officers, or members of the city council or any other city committee or commission, except the planning commission.
And I looked at the amendments of the bylaws that have come over the years, and I don't see anything that's changed that area of the bylaws. So that, I just don't want the EDC to get in trouble for violating its own bylaws. You know.
So I would suggest with that, and I appreciate you raising that, is I think that means, Don has a choice to make, because, I believe that he would be more valuable in this position than in the other positions. But it is clear that that is not, and I appreciate you saying, I don't know how well that's been, done in the past, but I don't care. It's a rule that we should follow.
Task forces.
But wait, it says city committee. What does that mean exactly? Is somebody that
Say the city.
any city or is it
He's on the terms.
Okay.
Then, correct me if I'm wrong, and Zena, just for legislative point, that with this, to affect this, there would have to be the resignation, and he would have to come off of that committee, and he would have to apply them to be on the other committee as such. Am I correct in that assumption?
I believe from a legal standpoint, you can't get appointed tonight.
He cannot.
Yes. I mean, Mr. Greg's over there, so.
No, I agree.
I read it very clearly. I mean, I don't know how well we've been doing that. I don't care.
So sorry, Mr. Mayor, if I can. So Zena, correct me if I'm asking legislative thing here. So for us to be able to move forward, what we're doing is this would be more of a kind of first reading something that this is what's being proposed. That person would have to then step off of that committee or resign that committee. And then we have to then put out a call for them, an application to come in. Right?
Wouldn't take action on it tonight.
Correct. There be no action on tonight. This is a discussion.
Yeah.
Yes, but also, he would not have to submit an application because it'd be an appointment by council. So if the council desires as a whole to go out for applications, you all can, or you can make an appointment. You
That's
would
what
have
I
to design.
desire, always, to seek out community, input, especially on a citizen spot on a committee. But,
Let me.
and that's consistent with, I will always vote consistently with that.
But let's just, it's 5:10. Right now, it is very clear he is on other committees. I believe that he's here. I'd like to table or have a motion to table.
Well, can I say?
Let me finish. Please. I would like to have a motion elevating Chase Waterwall for the EDC, and I'd like to have a motion to table the other, because I don't believe we have other applications, and I really would like to have his input on this committee. I think is more valuable than the other.
Mr. Mayor, now I would like to make a motion that we move forward and approve the nomination of Chase Waterwall for the EDC committee. And that we then give this appointment or this suggested appointment to the person a chance to resign their committee that they're on. Allow us to then look at this during and table it until we have the application properly submitted for Councilman Horton. And then potentially we look at doing that on the 25th at the special.
Whatever. What I hear is, like I said, matter has a choice.
I'll second that motion. I would like to make a point, though, and if that is the case, what we're reading here, then that means that Cindy DeWeese is on more than one committee as well. She's on tourism and she's also on EDC, so we have to apply that equally. Yes. Point of information.
Sorry for reading the bylaws.
No, but it's just, yeah, I mean, this is.
Well, I don't mind following the rules on the apply them equally.
Okay, go ahead.
On this paperwork, is this correct in the dates that they expire? So Michelle is,
It's 10 o'clock, sorry.
it says here, May of 23, Michelle goes on.
No, that was changed, the bylaws were changed, which is a good point, bring that up, or the bylaws have been changed. So have the bylaws been changed on this paragraph as well?
No, I know they have not.
Okay.
I mean, this is, so guys. So let me, I just, quite honestly, I want to do no harm here.
Right.
And, Cindy DeWeese has been on there. If we have this and it's a problem, it's something we're gonna have to resolve. But quite honestly, this is how a lot of emotion goes up. This is how tribal things start to rear its head. And I want to slay this dragon. Right now, I see if we're gonna hold to rules, I think, the motion that James had was an appropriate one. If there's other items that we have to address, we'll address that at a later date with an agenda item. And but tonight in the things to do what's right, I would like to move forward with a motion at the table. I have a second.
I seconded it.
So we have a motion by James.
I have one.
You will allow, but I want a motion by James, seconded by Michelle. Is there further comment?
I just want to, part of James' motion was that we would put in applications, and we also said we don't have to put in applications because we're appointing someone, so I'd like to clarify what the expectation is there.
I don't think we need an application process really for this situation. I mean, it's just gonna create.
I would argue a little differently, which is we may have a gap with more than one people here that Cindy Louise may also have an issue, so we better start communicating. I know people have done so on certain websites or certain Facebook sites. But I think we need to ask the question again or find the applications that were submitted before that we lost with the cyber attack. But we may have more than, I mean, my view is we got two gaps now, even though we're only dealing with one.
Right now, you're just doing.
And also, it might be good to look at, and this is another problem we might have with historical, keeping those minutes and things like that, but you have to also look at term limits. So there's 4 consecutive. You can only have 4 consecutive terms. So, that might be something else I want to look at it.
So.
Yeah, I don't even know if we know what that is for Brandon and.
Paula's got a question that she's at.
Does Brandon and Cindy fall under the same ordinance that was quoted?
Yeah.
All the directors,
Everybody but the councilors.
Yeah, so clarifying every person with the director, it's not just the names.
Yep. Okay. So any other comments from this?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I would just I'd like to make a recommendation if I can. That Zena, if you could, I know that you're working on getting the term limits, you have those sheets done and all of that before the cyber attack. And those apparently were part of the loss that we had. But I'd like to make a recommendation that we visit that outside of council term limits as per, recommended.
But I'd like to move the original motion.
Yeah, I want to, take that recommendation.
Yes. Then, so any other comment? I want to call for the vote. All those in favor? And the vote is to elevate Chase. You sure did. 7-0, and that was to also the table Don Matters.
And-
Correct. To the 25th. That's all we did.
You're on about the figures.
Yeah.
That's all we did. Yeah, so 9.8, which is discussion and action authorizing the city manager enter into an interlocal agreement with Harris County and the city of Nassau Bay wastewater plant.
Yes, so, Harris County reached out to us and they would like to install a sampling monitoring station at the wastewater plant. It's to, designed to test and analyze the wastewater data, for COVID and other diseases, to mitigate future diseases, surges, and allocate resources and coordinate outreach to improve the health of residents, associated, an agreement.
Mr. Mayor, I've got a question. So I'm probably the only person that understands what that is and having to do that or get my life. My question is that data going to be shareable with the city so that we are not just giving away that data, that we would be able to utilize that for informing our citizens? I can see that inside though.
So just so everyone knows, because there may be more than one person who.
Apologies.
This is for testing of the wastewater, so to be able to identify things like COVID. It's for testing for the public health, so that the Harris County has the ability to have early warning detection for public health issues through sanitary wastewater testing that they will pay.
I would like that we have some reciprocity with Harris County on this.
You know,
On the data sheet, it says allowing for prompt public health response. So I am sure,
Well, it's a public record too.
Yes, it's a public record, yeah.
Subject to the Open Record Act,
Correct.
so you'd be able to get it one way or another.
it would be nice though, without going through a hassle at just whatever they test and get.
yes,
Correct me if I'm wrong, but we pay for our wastewater facility.
Yeah, but just what I would suggest is I think that's a valid thing, and why would we say we would authorize that with that amendment and to see if they would,
Between the parties, and the parties we use, like, citizen.
I have to wonder.
It says everything in the contract.
As long as it says that it's the case, then,
Yeah, it's in there.
It's not gonna cost us anything.
yeah, they're bearing the whole, that's what I looked at.
Yeah.
I thought it was a great objective and I didn't want to pay
So
for
I just want to make sure that, while we look for that,
As the parties, I'd like to declare you as the parties. So in an interlocal agreement, you usually stipulate which parties. If it is Harris County Public Health, is it Harris, within the contract?
county and district.
Harris County Public Health.
Okay, so we're all, okay.
And under the contract on Article 3, it does say provide the data to the city at regular intervals.
And then what the regular technical part.
So I would think his view is just say, can we confirm that we have the ability that when they create data, we can have access to that data as part of a data sharing and to make that modification and will be approved of it. I'd like to hear your motion in regards to that.
I have two more questions on this, I think. The first is that part of our, the thing in this agreement is we have to have someone that meets them every week. Whatever, okay.
No,
Once we put in contact with county to coordinate site visits in order to collect samples at regular intervals, but not less than once per week. So once we have that point of contact, they can collect their own samples.
Yes, there's on the
Article 2.
handout sheet, y'all should have got this one also, and it shows the sampling station.
So that we don't have to have a contact for that, whatever.
No.
So
That would be city manager.
That's fine, as long as you don't have to actually have someone physically available if they want to stop.
So
by.
the
Okay.
piece-
This is just for COVID testing?
It's for other,
So what happens if they find COVID in our water?
Just gonna tell us what the
They're gonna
percentage.
tell us that it is, yeah.
Are they gonna have any kind of jurisdiction over, saying you're gonna shut down this and shut down that, and have any kind of authority over, because this is the same person's name on here, Lena Hidalgo, who shut down this entire Harris County. So are they gonna have some kind of power to do that over us if they find something in our water?
No, I mean, even during all of COVID, our sanitary sewer system worked. So
Well, what I'm saying is, this is the new agreement, what's in here that we don't, I haven't really had a chance to understand all of this.
If I can,
yes,
clarity on this is that, because of COVID, and because of SARS and other diseases that were detected, that they had in other locations, not in our country, it's been deemed that, scientifically, that the wastewater is the prime igniter for identifying an outbreak, at least for these types of diseases that are like COVID. And with that, being able to detect it ahead of time to do mitigation. Now, that's the impetus of why they would be doing this, I understandably, but the question is what is the follow-on if there is? So typically, there probably is COVID in our wastewater inside the waste system right now, because if something happens, it's going to come out through that system. And so it's already there.
Okay, so-
We're just gonna test people.
Well, we didn't test for it all of
so
COVID.
let me, I don't wanna make this, and this is what I remember and I was looking for, this is a 90-day clause to cancel. If we wanted to, with other things, it only allows for the collection of data and nothing else.
And grant them no power over us.
No grant, yeah, just now,
They
what if,
installed this machine though, what this is.
What if I were to understand where you're going, Michelle, this would allow them to have more information with the current powers that they have, but it wouldn't give them any additional power. I agree with that.
With the exception of if there is a emergency and it is declared at the county level, then the county judge has that jurisdictional authority over us.
Which is already,
Just in an emergency situation.
yeah, but I mean, that power already exists.
Right.
This doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're installing this machine is really what we're trying to authorize in here, and then letting them do testing.
Well, we have
It- it's-
something in there, check on us, we need to do something about it.
No, I mean, it's,
And when they do the testing, are they doing it anonymously, or can you tell, yes, this is Nassau Bay water and?
yeah, it'll be labeled, there's no question this will be done by a professional.
And what's the tamper-proof, safety around this machine right here? Can somebody tamper that?
Fantastic.
No, what I'm saying is, can somebody go in there and?
No, but this is, I looked at here, these are being done by professional laboratories and they're gonna share it every week with us. And it'll be done under the lots of, lot, sampling that would be done. And it'd be very straightforward. This is not rocket science.
It's informational sharing, sort of like they did with the different national labs with the outbreaks now.
But this gives them no more authority over us. It just says, we all want to have the information. And I support information.
Mr. Mayor, I would like permission to approve the city manager to engage in a local agreement in relation to the wastewater collection. Sampling.
Do I hear a second? Second by Chase. Any other questions? Any other comments?
The only reason I'm okay is because we have a 90-day outage for start.
I mean,
We start getting data that's not the data we like, they start explaining what we think that there's no limitation to what they can do with this sampling on this contract.
Yeah, I agree. So it's a 90-day out.
Yeah, that's what we're easy.
How did this come about? Did they seek us out?
Yeah.
Yeah, they did. They do this, they've done this because of the outbreak.
Okay, and it's information for them and for us, and it doesn't seem to be adding any. Okay,
I agree.
just curious.
Yeah. Any other questions? Any other comments? I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
No.
You know, so it passes 6-1. Okay. Back. 9-9, selecting engineering firm to perform engineering services for the replacement of an existing 10-inch line with a 5,210 linear foot of a new 12-inch water line on Nassau Road Parkway between Upper Bay Road and Lakeside Lane, and the replacement of the existing 8-inch water line with 570 linear feet of new 12-inch water line on Point Lookout Drive.
Yes, Mayor, so this is the engineering for the, Nassau One line that we were talking about, the $985,000. So, we went out for, engineering bids, because it's a FEMA project, and, we received 2 bids. One was from Arc Engineering, our, contractor for the city, and SPI, and we did a scoring sheet. Me, finance director, and, Zena, and, the scoring sheet, we're recommending to give it to approve for Arc Engineering for the services.
So if I look at this, the ARC got 100 and they got a 95.
Yes.
Have you worked with them before?
No, sir.
I haven't either.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to make a motion.
Sure.
If I can. I'd like to make a motion that we accept the committee's recommendation of selection of Arc Engineering for the firm to use to perform the engineering services for the replacement of existing 10-inch water line with 5,210 linear feet of new 12-inch water line on Nassau Parkway between Upper Bay Road and Lakeside Lane, and the replacement of existing 8-inch water line with 570 linear feet of new 12-inch water line on Point Lookout.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Lucy. Any other questions? Any
To
other?
clarify, it wasn't 195, that was just one of the scores in the table. Just that there was, one was 165, one was 175.
Or was it just
Yeah.
looking at the
Yeah,
one?
you just, one of the evaluators.
But Arc did receive the highest score of all 3 of them.
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, just if people were listening, and they were that close, there were other differentiators, other reviewers. So,
Any other questions, any other comments? Then I call for the vote, all those in favor? Passes 7-0.
thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, I recommend that we combine 9, 10, and 9, 11 for vote.
Yeah, I actually think that's a good idea, James. I will say we're going to do 9, 10, and 9, 11 in combination, which is discussion and action authorizing the city manager enter into the agreement with the city of Webster for dispatch services, and discussion on authorizing the city to enter into interlocal agreement with the city of Pasadena for jail service. Any comments? Or any?
Well, I was checking with Zena to see if we could do these are 2 separate contracts. It's good this way, but if it gets voted down, you have to go back to 1 by 1. You can do it fast.
I think it's
Whatever council's comfortable with, I just want to be sure we get.
keep going.
So obviously, council knows that we currently contract with the city of Webster for jail services and dispatch services. Webster notified us, I think, back in March, they were going to discontinue the jail services as of October 1. So we've sought out additional jail services in Pasadena as the facilities to provide those services to us. So you have a contract in front of you that's already been to the city council of Pasadena. It's passed on its first reading, and it may have been going to the second reading this past week. But they're providing jail services to us, and the reason they can provide jail services to us is because they have full-time jailers, with full-time jail service up there. The dispatch service contract,
Before you go off there, I've got a question there. Sure. Do you know what capacity they're at Pasadena? You know, we're gonna have any problem with Webster just a couple of years down the road, you know?
I'm not sure I'm understanding.
So no,
What is it gonna do with that project?
yes, correct. We're currently with Webster.
Right.
Webster funded us because they're running to capacity with this.
No,
Whether you know what capacity is.
Webster's jails doesn't have a full-time jail service. So one of the feasibility issues for Webster was if Webster had no inmates in the jail, and we had inmates in the jail, they're required by law to have somebody come in and do a jail check every 30 minutes. So they were having to pull patrol officers off the street to come in and basically check our jail.
How was Pasadena's operation?
Pasadena's full-time jail service. They had full-time jailers in the jail all the time.
All the time?
Yes, so that's their.
Okay.
The dispatch contract is just, basically the same contract we have now. We just removed the jail services information out of the contract. The only difference is that, at this recommendation, the city manager at, Webster requested rather than a quarterly fee of per calls per service, they'd rather go with a flat fee. And we worked that out with them at $111,000 a year. So, and that's easier for budgeting on both sides.
Okay, also just for clarity on it, correct me if I'm wrong, but the cost implications for, of course, Webster ceasing that and us going to Pasadena, there's a benefit of that for the city, correct? The cost.
For
The services.
for Pasadena,
Yes.
so we were paying, our cost was $60 per inmate per day at Webster, and it's $120 at Pasadena, which is the same that we had contract if we had to utilize for our municipal defendants. If we had to put those in the Harris County Jail, it's the same fee, $120, which is the standard right now.
Right.
Yes, sir.
And did that take that, they'll also do the transport up to Harris County, correct?
There's nothing in the contract about that, but that's been a verbal discussion between Chief Berger and I.
Okay, good.
But there's nothing in writing that's if available, it is convenient for them to.
So if they're making a trip, then they can.
If they're making a trip, they will probably move our prisoners for us, but that's not a guarantee.
So I guess it's a follow-up, what do we anticipate the extra burden will be on our police force that has to move them to Pasadena?
Well, right now, if we arrest somebody, we have to take them over and put them in Webster jail, process them. If they have to move to the Harris County jail, then we have to go pick them up there, and we have to move them.
Right.
Same thing is happening in Pasadena. We have to travel just a little bit further to the Pasadena jail.
I don't
Pasadena
have to
has,
go to Central Lot.
we may have to, it just depends on what's going on in Pasadena, but they're moving prisoners on. They're a little bit busier than we are. So they're moving prisoners on a little bit more regular basis. And Chief Berger said that they, if they're moving prisoners, they might as well take ours with them. It benefits us and it benefits them, it clears out their jail.
I just don't, I
But
don't,
again, there's nothing in the contract.
Yeah.
That's a gentleman's type agreement. So
I don't want to burden you guys any more than you already have.
if we don't have a contract by October.
Yeah, you're.
That's
That's like this is babysitting. It's been got away from my staff, right?
So, yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, on that, what I'd like to do is I'd like to make a combined motion that, on, 9/10, we authorize city manager to enter into agreement with the city of Webster for dispatch, inclusive of 9/11, authorizes the manager to enter into a local agreement with the city of Pasadena for jail services,
As presented.
as stated inside the new contract prior to the October 1 date.
Second.
Second by Michelle. Any other further comment? Then I call for the vote. All those in favor? There you go. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to adjourn.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? All right. Passing 7-0.
Please.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.